Yes, hello, and welcome back to the stream. Ah, yes, you are... I'm not gonna judge your, decisions in your sleep schedules, but welcome to the stream. Alright, and before we get started, brief thanks to... Hold up.
A new follower.
What was that? Shuyan RDT, who followed... would have been shortly after the stream ended last time. Thanks for the follow. Alrighty, so, shall we get into the game? So, my current plan for today is as follows. I am going to... once the thing loads up... there we go. So, currently, I'm almost done with the main quest in Dragon's Isle. I have Men on Isles. I just gotta go talk to Nantilcula by sending word through Shamira. I have to go on a date to meet with Vellexia at the Harem of Ardent Dreams, which is where Shamira is, so that matches up. And Art of Making Friends. I have to go talk to Shamira. Ah, well, if you have to drop because you're tired, don't feel bad. That's why I have the VODs. That's also why I have the timer over here on the bottom of the screen. So you can go, oh, I stopped watching at the 1 hour and 15 minute mark. I'll just pick up back there when I get back to the VODs after taking a nice long nap. It also helps because then people can go, how long? Yeah, fair enough. But it also helps because people can go, how long have you been streaming for? Well, it's right there. Anyway, so... the two main things I had to do... I got these main quests, right? They're all going to take me to the Harem. But... I also have these. And I have 1, 2, and 3 things to take care of in our Illusionera. I've got a matter of reputation, which I did find out where Willodus' mansion is. I asked in the Wrath of the Righteous Discord, and someone graciously pointed me to the correct location. So, we'll be able to do that this time. What is your heart's desire? I have to go take Camellia to the 10,000 Delights. And Blood Whispers, I've got to take Wenduag out and find Savamelekh someplace. So let's take care of Greybor first, I think. I already have him in my party. How about that? So I want to head to Terrace. Just give it a second. There we are. Alright, so, it was over here, I believe. Yes, it's right there. So before I go in as well, I always recommended this. I'm just going to do it now, because it seems like a good idea, I suppose. I'm just going to level up Greybor real quick while I am here. So... shouldn't be too long. Ah, God, you're a Slayer. Combat Trick, Canny Observer, Combat Style Feat. Terrain Mastery, Unbalancing Trick, Underhanded Trick, Trailblazer. What did you pick so far? Okay, proficiencies, study target, DD selection. 2-weapon fighting, weapon focus, Dwarven War Axe, accomplished sneak attacker, hammer the gap, power attack. Okay, slow reactions, attacks of opportunity, 2-weapon fighting improve, weakening wound, Take hack, increase the damage reduction, reduces it, okay. Double slice. Sneak attack. Player target, start target swift. Advanced talents. Okay. So just going all in on 2-weapon fighting. 2-weapon combat. Greater 2-weapon fighting. Hey, don't need to have prereqs. That works for me. Not that it matters a whole lot because I already have... I'm going to be hitting the level I can use it at anyway. Not a problem. I could do improved critical Dwarven War Axe, since he's going hard in on those. Does he have weapon focus? Let me actually double check. What are you using, Greybor? What are you actually currently equipped with? He's equipped with a Dwarven War Axe and a Hand Axe. Do I have any more Dwarven War Axes? I might have some in my chest. If I do, then I can give him one. Adamantine Frost Finesse wielding. Ooh, spicy. Doesn't really need the finesse, though, does he? He's got more strength than dex. Improved critical. Choose one type of weapon. Yeah, you know what? Let's go with weapon-focused Dwarven War Axe. He already has weapon-focused Dwarven War Axe, doesn't he? Yep, already does. Okay, that explains it. Let's get weapon. Let's get improved crit then. Strength. Focusing attack. Iron Guts. Hunter Surprise. Oh, I see. So that dispels effects on them. Double slice already have. I know there's more stuff for 2-weapon fighting, right? Maybe if I do 2 dash weapon? No. Do you have combat reflexes? He doesn't. Oh, might as well grab that. No, because there's regular 2-weapon fighting, improved 2-weapon fighting, and greater 2-weapon fighting, but then there's also stuff like double slice and other things that sort of match in with that. Slippery Mind? Yeah, I am going to have another level to grab a feat, so I might as well grab that. Slippery Mind. Bonus on saving throws against mind-affecting conditions equal to Dex modifier. Okay, why not? Alright, so combat reflexes. What's good here? What's good? Cleave, deceitful, dispel energy, deft hands, improve fortitude, intimidating will, flank. It's a shame you can't do some of the dumb equipment trick stuff, because those things are silly. Let me actually just double check here. So if I go to the SRD and I type in two-weapon fighting, because there is a bunch of stuff that focuses on two-weapon fighting besides just the 2 feet. So there's two-weapon fighting, improved, greater. There's two-weapon feint, two-weapon defense, weapon trick, two-weapon grace, multi-weapon fighting doesn't count. Two-weapon drunkard combat. Double strike. That's what I was thinking of, I think. This is Flurry of Blows or Monk, though. Oh, no. Path of Iron. It's a third party. Oh, God, no. That's a fighter thing, isn't it? Or a combat trick. Combat feats. If I go to weapon... Okay, that's the only one that... That's the only one that actually goes off it. Shield bash. Double slice. Is two-weapon fighting. What would be good here, then? Point-blank shot isn't going to do anything because I don't have ranged weapons. Oh, yeah, dual. Let's just see if dual wield. No. And we have Great Cleave, too. Oh, I wonder, does... No, that would be... There's a set of Dwarven-specific feats called Cleave Through, and what that does is, if I remember correctly, Cleave Through is the one that lets you move after cleaving. And it's specifically a Dwarven ability, or Dwarven feat. So it's really good, but I don't... It's not here, which is unfortunate. Actually, I don't even think Feint is in this game, is it? Nah. Dazzling Display, Deceitful, Deft Hands. Ooh, is, Gory... Wait, was it Finish? No, it's Cleaving Finish. Yeah, no, I'm looking for... Slice. Double Slice, nothing. Nope, Slashing and Fencing Grace. Okay, now what am I looking for? I'm looking for... it's the one that comes after Dazzling Display. Is there nothing else? It's, what was it, Gory Finish? So there's Dazzling Display, and then... Gory Finish. Yeah, Goring Finish is the one I'm thinking of. Smash? Cornigan Smash, that's the one that comes after... That's the one that lets you demoralize as a free action. It's not bad. I do have Power Attack, but I don't have Persuasion. Is Hurtful in here? I don't remember. Nope. Anyway, yeah, I was thinking of Gory Finish, which isn't in the game either. That's the one there, if you kill someone, I think. Let's see, you can use a weapon. Let's see, if you make a single attack, if you reduce your target to negative hit points, you can spend a swift action to make an Intimidate check to demoralize all foes within 30 feet. So I guess not that useful in this situation. Actually, isn't there... Precise Strike. I guess I could use Precise Strike, right? Dreadful Carnage? Yeah, that's another one. That's the one that actually... Oh, wait, was I? Wait. Wait, what? Hold up. Did they actually... Oh! Okay. Gory Finish is when you do an attack action. Dreadful Carnage is when you reduce to 0. Well, again, it's free. It's just a better version, but it takes more prerequisites since you need strength, you need power attack, you need furious focus, and you have to be level 11. Gory finish you can do theoretically as soon as you hit 3. Or 5, I guess. 3, I guess, if you're a fighter. That's the difference. Can I get dazzling? I can't get dazzling display. I don't have the persuasion for it. Wait. I can't get dazzling display. All right, let's do that. Wait, is that even worth it? I don't have the persuasion. Yeah, it's not worth it. Never mind. Never forget I said anything. It's not worth getting. It's always so hard to... Yeah, exactly. It's always so hard to buy feats for people, you know? I'm thinking probably Precise Strike or Outflank. Outflank maybe is a better one. I do have Improved Crit. Yeah, I suppose that's an option. I don't know what armor he's wearing, though. Yeah, you know what? Let's get Dodge. It'll build into other feats, too. And he's done. Alright, so let's get this nonsense started, shall we? Akasima. These locks are used by monster traders from Katapesh who want to ensure their most powerful beasts stay in their cages. Can't be forced, but one delicate twist of a knife and... done. Oh. A hunt is a clash between the hunter's cunning and the shrewdness of the prey. When the prey expects a trap, the hunter's acumen is put to the test in trying to subvert such expectations. Willodus has proven he understands this fundamental principle. The commander bursts through the front door and freezes. For all the tales about the mansion supposedly becoming a citadel, no one is there to assault the unwanted guests. There are no flying arrows, no chilling battle cries, and the expensive furniture has been turned into makeshift barricades. The commander and his companions carefully examine the luxurious antechamber. There are 2 doors leading deeper into the mansion. One bears a symbol of a mirror and the other a symbol of a knife. There is a bloody pigeon feather in front of the doors and a note that contains 2 words. Welcome, assassin. The commander recalls that the bloody feather is the symbol of Shax, the blood marquee. The demon lord is infamous for luring his victims into labyrinths full of deadly traps. The door slams shut loudly behind him. The commander... I mean, it's a different kind of force. Force applied in the right spot. Let's see, what should I do? Decides to leave the mansion. Let's go into the mirror room. Okay, so... Okay, wait. So there's a mirror, right? Obviously, it's gotta be knife is bad for you, mirror is good for you. But, what if it's trying to do a double cross and knife is like, okay, this is where the knife is supposed to go, and the mirror is gonna be the knife is gonna stab at you. But what if he knows I'm thinking that, and he's set it up so that actually the knife is the dangerous one again, and the mirror is safe? Mind games. Exactly. What if the knife is actually a mirror, and the mirror is a glass shard that's really a knife? Think about it. Okay, I'm gonna roll a die. Hold up. Okay, I've got a d20 here. If it rolls an odd number, I'll take the mirror. If it rolls an even number, I'll take the knife. If it rolls a 20, I'm gonna leave. And it is a 9. So we've got the mirror. Stepping through the doorway, the commander suddenly feels nauseous and has an icy chill run across his skin. His intuition instantly screams that he's just passed through an interplanar portal, and he instantly loses all sense of direction and balance. It seems the rooms of this mansion occupy different layers of reality, and these portals unite them into an elaborate labyrinth, where a single wrong turn is enough to lose one's way entirely. Greed and arrogance are traits inherent to almost all demons, and the Lord of the Mansion seems eager to prove himself without equal in the indulgence in both these vices. The door leads into a magnificent sitting room. It hasn't been furnished in a manner indicative of tasteful refinement. The lamp reflections sparkle on the gilded furniture, the floor is covered in elaborate mosaics, the shelves are full of expensive trinkets. As if all this luxury wasn't enough, the whole room is reflected back again in the giant mirror that covers the entire ceiling. As soon as the commander enters, the mirror's surface ripples, starting to bubble, bulge, and ooze like molasses. It sends its sticky tendrils towards the outsiders, and a single chill from those appendages pierces the flesh with a sepulchral chill. The commander... Let's see, I can do this, do that, or do this. Tries to defend himself using profane rituals. A memory of some dark knowledge flashes in Lars Larsson's mind. He draws a blade across his palm and uses the blood to quickly paint warding symbols on the surface of the attacking mirror. The drawn symbols of Rovagog, the Great Destroyer, cause blurry lines of patina to ripple across the surface, and the panicking monster hastily withdraws its tentacles. The tentacles remain retracted, hiding within the mirror's smooth surface, and keeping a safe distance from the commander. There are 3 doors that lead out from the room occupied by the strange carnivorous mirror. The commander decides to open the one bearing the symbol of... We've got a crooked knife, a tooth-filled maw, or a pair of scales. Alrighty, I'll do it in 3s. 19 or 20 is gonna be reroll. Okay, that's a 6, which is a pair of scales. No matter how gleefully the lord of this palace mutilates flesh, he is first and foremost a scientist. And a scientist, by definition, is a madman who can put to shame any giggling maniac with a knife. Therefore, it comes as no surprise that his laboratory is furnished with care and order, and that there is no hint of the tawdry luxury found in the other rooms. There is a multitude of flasks and vials with potions resting on the tables, and the cupboards are full of jars containing brains of all shapes and colors. As soon as the door closes behind the commander's back, a huge silvery autoclave opens with a wheezing clang, emitting a wave of foul-smelling brine. A hideous homunculus covered in glistening slime crawls out of the autoclave. Its liquid, malleable body constantly grows new limbs, eyes, and mouths, absorbing the bits and pieces it no longer requires. It seems the monster can't decide what shape to take. It stares at the commander with malevolent intelligence. It seems it has better mental faculties than most alchemically produced creatures. The homunculus giggles repulsively as it grabs a vial full of acid and aims it at the commander's head. So, do I start throwing shit at it? Do I corner it? Or do I scare it off? This is my thing. I'm going to scare it off. Lars Larsson takes a deep breath and produces a frightening roar. The homunculus wails in 3 different voices and flees rapidly. Its multitude of thin little legs meld to produce 2 stout, muscular ones, before turning into flexible tail of a snake. The homunculus finds a narrow hole and crawls inside. It continues to whimper as it peers out with its saucer-like eyes. Stepping over the wreckage of expensive lab equipment and shattered glass, the commander pauses before the 3 doors and eventually chooses the one with the symbol of 5. So that's a full moon. The commander enters a magnificent bedroom and ends up knee-deep in a seemingly bottomless pit of soft blankets, fuzzy rugs, plump feather beds, and other covers of all sorts and shapes. They lure and promise the sweetest dreams if only Lars Larsson would lie down and close his eyes. It's a dangerous temptation. Anyone who allows these fluffy killers to put them to sleep won't ever wake up again. They will crawl over their victim, piling up around them, and then suffocate and smother them to death. Carving through a featherbed with his blade, the commander sees glistening flesh and a thick ichor oozes out from the rend in the fabric. Yet no book has ever mentioned such strange, bizarre creatures. The commander can only guess that this is the result of a strange experiment on some predatory swarm organism that disguises itself as something harmless and then preys on those it lures close. The commander decides that the best decision would be... I'd just like to point out, this is a bed mimic. This is a bed mimic. It's a mimic designed to look like a bed to drag you into sleep and smother you in comfy pillows. This is the comfy couch from the Inquisition sketch in Monty Python sketches. Let's see, do I carve a way through? Do I start a fire? Or do I destroy the leader? Let's destroy the leader. The rug bleeds when carved up with a blade. They are a swarm or pack, and therefore may have a leader. Lars Larson surges forward, allowing the hungry mass to smother and bury him under its weight while he doggedly presses ahead. At last he finds a large purple cluster of flesh that resembles a giant brain. When touched, it wobbles and quivers like jelly. Lars Larson splits it open with a single decisive blow, and the wounded creature emits a barely audible high-pitched squeal. The rug swarm bulges and convulses in pain, dying in terrible agony. It would seem that these creatures had an invisible link, and destroying the brain doomed the whole brood. The commander decides to search the place. Who knows what secret compartments have been hidden beneath this repulsive mass of fabric and flesh? The research reveals a disguised niche, and inside it is a stack of papers. These are the journals of a mad surgeon who researched the brains of living creatures. The experiments described on these pages are as repulsive as they are enlightening for anyone who isn't too squeamish to finish the reading. 3 doors with different symbols lead from the master bedroom. The commander decides he would rather take his chances behind the one with a boiling, no, that's a 14, so a blazing fire. The commander finds himself in a long stone passage. No traps are triggered by his careful steps, yet at the end of the passage, his vision grows blurry. The illusion of safety falls apart like a house of cards, revealing an endless fiery field, ashen mountains, rivers of lava, and magmatic volcanoes. Hot wind scorches his face. It is not difficult to conclude that this deadly place is the elemental plane of fire. Ash and volcanic rock tremble beneath the commander's feet, but walking on it seems safe enough for now. The only escape route is the distant 3-way arch of rough-hewn stone containing the 3 familiar doors. However, in order to reach it, the commander must find a way past the river of fire, in which tiny islets of porous stone are just barely visible. The river spews out tongues of roaring flame that land on the banks and crystallize into dark glass. As a result, both banks of the river have become steep, jagged cliffs of obsidian. The commander has nothing left to do but... get to the other side by jumping? Cross using the rocks scattered about? Or walk along the bank looking for a ford guided by his knowledge of interplanar travel? Lars Larson oversees the bridge construction. Soon the river of lava is dammed up with the flimsy makeshift barricades of black rocks pulled from the banks. Molten lava licks at the obsidian dam, rising higher and higher and threatening to overwhelm it altogether. And yet Lars Larson is a capable builder. The flimsy dam collapses only after the fiery river has been safely crossed. After reaching the stone portals, the commander has to decide which of the 3 doorways to enter. Eventually he settles on the one with a symbol of... 20! That's reroll. 5. Let's go with the boiling cauldron this time. I already did full moon, didn't I? The commander walks into an enormous kitchen. There are massive cauldrons with shiny polished sides, and a tiny green flame flickers within a magical oven. The aroma of delicious spices beckons from the countless cupboards and shelves that line the walls. However, as soon as the commander enters the room, the cauldron's lids fly up into the air, blown off in powerful explosions. A nasty grayish-pink slime oozes out of the open cauldron, swelling up like dough. The slime flows down onto the floor, gathering up into a massive clotted clusters, which then begin to crawl toward the commander. Lars Larson has never seen or read about such creatures before. It is reasonable to suggest that this was the outcome of a complicated and perverted magical experiment. This carnivorous slime was captured in a cave, subjected to magical transformation, and fed entirely with brain tissue. The commander... Let's do this. It's not easy to operate the oven. Lars Larson mistakenly activates a magical sigil that transforms the oven into a fiery altar ready to consume the entire plane. The oven's walls manage to contain the roaring heat inside for a moment, but then they burst open, releasing a fiery tornado that leaves nothing but ash and ruin in its wake. The slime boils and vaporizes in a matter of seconds. When the inferno dies down at last, the entire kitchen is filled with the twisted remnants of corrugated metal scattered across the molten stone of the still smoking floor. Avoiding the slime's attacks, Lars Larson rummages in the drawers until he finds what he's looking for, a few copper flasks filled with caustic salt. He jumps on the table and generously spills the salt around himself. The moment a single grain of salt lands on the slimy monster, the creature begins to bubble, darken, and shrivel. In a matter of moments, all that remains of the creature is a glistening, oily film on the floor. After meticulously examining the food on the undisturbed shelves, the commander decides to rest. He takes the opportunity to recuperate and bandage his wounds. It is thinking ahead, rather than rushing forward recklessly, that separates able tacticians from those who rashly press on and perish. 3 doors lead from the kitchen, where it is apparently easier to be eaten than to eat. The commander chooses the one that is marked with the symbol of... maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, use magic device checks most of the time are tied to items that you use. Like, if it's something that you're trying to disable, trickery is what usually happens there. Disable device, it would be disable device. UMD is like, generally speaking, only for wands and scrolls and stuff. Like, I've seen it a couple times in APs where, like, there's a magical artifact and you can UMD to shut it down, but you can also just disable device it or destroy it. Also, fun fact, that anti-slime salt, I think it is a real item. So let me just... So while I was playing my poison character, I was looking for ways to deal with creatures that weren't poisonable. Because there's a lot. There's constructs, there's outsiders, there's slimes. But if I remember correctly, what is it? It's a... I don't think it's even a magic item. Okay, hold on. Let me go to my actual character sheet. I think I still have that one. Let's see. I want... Where is he? I mean, smashing also works, yeah. But this was a poison character. God, what did I label him as? All these things are dumb names. I'm just gonna point out. Like the Power Ranger build, I've named Rider Kick because it was just a Rider Kick build that turned into Power Rangers. I've got... one of my builds was... God, what was it? It was... There's the Vexing Dodger. There's Wheel Skeletons. There's the Tarask rebuild I made. You've got... Let's see, that's Senator Armstrong. There's Cars. There's the high AC guy. Let's see, which one is it? Is it... Where is he? There's Dante from the Devil May Cry series. Solid Snake. Cessor of Ning. Captain Carrying Capacity. Where is he? Is it this one? No. Where is my... I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. That's very strange. I don't know where the character sheet is. I mean, I know the build. I just don't know where I put the character. Wouldn't it been Law? Or Order? No? Huh. Weird. Oh, there he is. Duh. Fuck. I actually named him the correct name. Stupid. Okay, where is it? It's, let's see, Gas Wretch Flask. We got various outfits. Dimmer Dust. Troll Styptic. Impact Foam. Deodorizing Agent. Vampire's Kiss. Don't see it. Huh. I guess I didn't buy any. Alright, well, I'll have to find that later. Anyway, it's basically a alkali salt that you pour on oozes, and it causes them to take a fort save or take huge damage. And you just, like, toss it on them and they kill them. Like that. There's also a, I think it was a Key of Abadar or something. It's a small magical item, and what it does is, if you have it, constructs are just naturally not aggressive against you, which is pretty handy. Sometimes, if you're in a situation which has constructs. It is handy, though. Anyway, I'm guessing that the door I don't see is the one that I've been through already, so let's roll this out. Hey, another 20! That's the Blazing Fire. The commander steps through the door and enters the boundless burning plain where fire reigns supreme. The door vanishes into thin air. The ashen mountains reach up to the scarlet skies and cry tears of molten metal. Some way ahead, beyond the roaring river of lava, Lars Larson can see a three-way stone arch. What should I do? Again with this. Okay, did I do full moon? The assortment of rugs, hides, and covers are piled up on the floor like a carrion heap. They do not look as attractive as they once did. An odorous bile leaches out from the tears in the fabric, which is now nothing more than a knee-high pile of dead flesh and carrion. Okay, so I gotta go here. I guess a rod. The door doesn't budge. The commander forces it open with his weight and enters the same hall where this dangerous expedition first began. The cozy, comfortable setting in no way hints at the nightmares that await the commander inside the mansion. The door outside is wide open, and through the doorway, dark figures can be seen clutching weapons. All of this was nothing but a warm-up. The final, decisive battle is still to come. The commander prepares for a fight as he steps outside the accursed mansion. Was that entire thing just to wind up outside? The leader of this gang of demons is grotesquely disfigured, even by the standards of the Abyss. A disproportionately large and bloated head rests on a tiny, deformed body covered in bumps and furrows, like a shriveled walnut. What seems at first to be a mane of hair standing up on end is revealed upon closer inspection to be bone needles sticking out from the pale, blistered skin. Where the mouth should be, there is instead a bony plate, formed from yellowed teeth that have grown together. It protrudes out from his torn, lacerated lips. His voice appears to come from a slobbering, undulating hole in his neck just beneath his chin. More bloody lava showing up in my palace. I'm getting very tired of these visits. What a freak. Even I feel somewhat conflicted. Would killing this creature be an act of cruelty or mercy? I do not wish to show mercy to the scum that set me up. Who are you? Snort of derision escapes from the creature's throat, and he makes a dismissive gesture with his hands, his dirty nails curling into long, thin spirals. You don't even know who you decide to challenge. Let these words herald your imminent death, outsider. I am Willodus, the wizard confident advisor to the Lady in Shadows. I am also known as the Vivisector. Greybor smirks, not bothering to hide his contempt. So many words. I'll simply call you a corpse. Less impressive sounding, perhaps, but easy to remember. Why'd you turn your house into a hall of traps? I was expecting assassins and therefore prepared a warm welcome for such guests. I trust that you appreciate my vivarium. When I'm finished with you, you'll become a new decoration for my palace. And another test for those who follow you. You will be mine. Some of you will be mindless pets, and the more attractive ones, I may use you to meet other needs. The monstrosity giggles lecherously, and the sound is shrill and repulsive like metal against glass. I mean... yeah. Look, I'm just saying, I no longer have control of my army. I now have control of Naticula's army. I'm just saying. I'm just saying is all. Did you create the monsters I found in there? The demon cackles with glee and replies scornfully. You call them monsters, silly boy. What can you possibly know about it? Those are masterpieces of vivisection. Impossible creations, created not, conceived not by nature, but born of my scandal, evil, and magic. So who do you think wants you dead? My enemies are many and dangerous, and I could spend an eternity guessing, but there's no need for that. Once I killed you, I'll soak your warm little brains in my concoctions and read the names of my enemies like tea leaves in their wrinkled patterns, and then I'll have a lovely dinner. There's a greedy, predatory gleam in those tiny eyes, buried deep within the folds of wrinkled flesh. Why'd you put a hit on Darazan and give Greybor a faulty magical weapon? Yeah, well, I know what the next act is, but like, I want to see how they get there, because this is already significantly different from the normal one. I mean, like, this section is kind of similar, but since it's always the same sort of general structure of get Naticula's attention, talk to Naticula. But the whole thing has been very different so far. Like, the hand wasn't here before. The hand of Iomade is not showing up and escorting you through the abyss. You get a disguise that makes you look like a demon, but that's about it. Why did you put a hit on Darazan and give Greybor a faulty magical weapon? The demon hisses in frustration, spittle flying from the hole in his neck. Nonsense! Why would I want that idiot dead? What possessed him to think I'm the one that put a hit out on him? And how dare you pathetic amateurs even think that a scheme of mine might possibly fail? If I truly wanted to kill Darazan, he'd be long gone. But no, I don't give a damn about anyone from that swarm of locusts. I expected such an answer. For some reason, whenever I corner these scoundrels and demand a reckoning, none of them are brave enough to own up to their crimes, and they never go quietly when I slit their throat. What do you think of this? What do you think of Greybor? The dwarf shrugs and says thoughtfully, usually I'm quite capable of detecting lies, but this ugly wretch is impossible to read. Why does it matter anyway? Even if he's not lying, we'd do well to get rid of him. He just tried to kill us in his mansion. Besides, will you ever sleep well knowing this monstrosity is alive somewhere? Your words reek of deceit. The demon's cloudy eyes flare with anger, and his smug giggles give way to a low, menacing growl. Soon we shall find out what your tiny, ridiculous, worm-eaten brain smells like. Kill him! The dwarf grins ominously, and he looks at the demon. There is no mercy in his eyes. I won't lie. I've been waiting for this moment. Tomorrow morning, my reputation will be spotless once again. Sweet dreams.
Their life ends here.
Yes. I'll move here. Okay, you, I guess, since you're all the way in the back, you're going to cast Haste. Alright. It's go time. And they're just doing their best. Damn, Cone of Cold. Holy shit, that just went places. Alright. Rage up. Let's go. There's Willodus. Yeah, it seems like a good axe. There's one.
You're in my way. This will hurt.
I'll just... Hey, there we go. I was wondering where that second one was. I don't think so. I'll have to double check what he has. Oh, it's Horzala. This was Baphomet's other daughter, right? Let's see. The projection is that of a tall female demon. Unlike many of her kind, she seems slimmer and less stocky in build. Upon closer examination, you realize that her thinness is caused by extreme emaciation, which makes her look like a withered tree. The skin on her neck and wrist bears the marks of shackles, and her body is covered with flaming seals of Baphomet. Lowering her eyes, the demon addresses you quietly. Allow me to congratulate you. The short work you've made of Willodus proves you are a true professional. I'm Horzala, and on behalf of the Assassin's Guild, I congratulate Greybor completing this contract. You fulfilled the order we received for Willodus' murder, and therefore you have the right to collect the bounty. Even though you are not a guild member yourself, I'm sure you also have many questions about what happened. I doubt our guild is hard to find. There's a notice board at its entrance, where the assassination contracts are posted. Who are you? I am Horzala, Baphomet's daughter. The projection looks you in the eye, and adds in an aggrieved whisper, Horzala, not Hepzamra. She is my older sister, but I doubt you're able to appreciate the true extent of my misfortune. I'm also known in Illusionera as the assistant and right hand of Yaz, the head of the Assassin's Guild. Yeah, right? I mean, of course he keeps lying to me. Why wouldn't he be? Do you know what happened here? I may know a thing or two, but we should discuss these matters inside the guild, not in public. Who's going to overhear us? The corpses? Why don't you come here and speak us to us face to face instead of projecting an illusion? Or are you afraid we won't like your answers and make you join Willodus? The sight of the demon's sour expression, Greybor gives an aggressive snort. Does that mean Yaz lied to me again? Indeed, and it would be strange to expect anything different from him. He lied to you because he wasn't afraid of you. It is well known that Master Yaz thinks his cunning is unmatched. Go pay a visit to the Assassin's Guild soon. I'm not sure what reward awaits us, but I truly hope that's a considerable sum of gold and not a meager payment served up at the end of a blade. Oh, don't worry. I don't think I've got a problem there. But we got loot! Ring of Protection +3, Brace of Armor +4, Scimitar +3, we got Scimitar +3, Full Plate +3, Ring of Protection. Look at all these scimitars! Man, to be a Merilith. I'm just saying, I'm probably going to wind up killing Yaz, and I'm going to be happy to do it. Okay, so I guess I'll go grab a heal real quick. I'll head to the Bad Luck, sell the junk I just picked up, then teleport. Oh, I gotta see if I can get Greybor a new axe. I definitely have a second Dwarven War Axe.
We do it my way.
Oh, and I'll pick up a bow, too. Yeah, right? Skyrim this shit up.
Onwards.
Okay, where's that chest? Alright, let's see. We've got Blinding Wrath. Turn that off. Lethal Conductor. Put that away for now. Defiler. Put that away for now. I probably can sell this one. Pocket Lightning away. Triumph of Pain. Put that away. Okay, rest of that can use it sold. +4 chain shirt. Charred bulwark, put that there. I got a lot of junk here. Alright, I want... Do I have any Dwarven War Axes? No, but I do have this Rapier, which I'll put on Camellia. Yeah, I don't see them doing Dwarven War Axes. Do I have any composite longbows? I got Deadeye. I can't remember. Doesn't axiomatic mean... I'll probably be doing companions on... I'll be using companions on release, I think. Also, let me just double check. I'm pretty sure axiomatic harms axiomatic. I'm going to be using companions on release because that way, yeah, it means lawful, but I don't remember if it does bestow negative levels on chaotic creatures. Okay, so Wenduag is not using that one. Don't I have Delamir's longbow someplace? Am I using Delamir's longbow? I think I'm using Delamir's longbow. Composite short bow. I seem to only have the one. Well, I'll see how it goes. Anyway. Camellia, take this away. Oh, right, I've got inventory. I can only do the one I'm currently palling around with. Okie dokie.
You follow.
Oh, wait, before I forget. Well, what else am I going to ransack? What are you currently using, Greybor? You have a Dwarven War Axe +3. Oh, it's this one. Crushing Cold is doing it. So it's a, I guess it's a unique hand axe that he just has. It's not really unique, but it's pretty good. Yeah. Okay, here, Camellia, you can get this rapier while I'm at it. Tender touch. Right, I forget it goes there, not there. I might as well get a buckler for her too. All right, let's see if this works. No negative levels. Okay, we're good. We're good. No problems. No negative levels popping up on the character. Oh, don't worry, this won't be a problem. This won't be a problem. I know how to level fighters. Especially ranged fighters. Anyway, I'm not taking her out for a second. Alright, I want to head to Bad Luck, dump the junk. Maybe I should see if I sold a good Dwarven War Axe to him. You'll get to see my leveling process. Yeah. And by that, I mean you're gonna watch me just level her up over the course of like 10 minutes. Show me your wares. Okay, so sell all this. Take that one, actually, just in case. Yeah, doesn't look like there's anything. Deal! Give me that money. Oh, come on. It's not like I've done worse. It's not like I haven't done worse before. Let's go 10,000 delights. I wish there was a fast portal to the Assassin's Guild, but alas. I guess this is all the portals, right? There's no space left on the thing. Okay, now we just have to hope Greybor doesn't fall through the world while I'm trying to get here. Wait for it. Well, I don't know how long Act 4 is the thing. And the big difference is Act 4, unlike the other acts, doesn't have a lot of, let's say, the grind. Like, in the other acts, you have to run around outside, you have to deal with the army stuff, you have to deal with all that extra things. So there's a lot of other stuff in Act 4 that sort of takes up... Jesus Christ. There's a lot of other stuff in Act 4 that takes up a lot of time. Like, if you just cut down specifically, like, all the events, it's probably about the same length. Okay, everyone's here. Oh, that's where the Assassin's Guild is. Every time I've gone there, it's been underground.
I won't be home.
Well. It appears Lars Larson has fallen through the ground. That's fine. I can just cast Dim Door. Okay, there we go. Okay, Yaz, you fuck. Let's talk. The demon standing before you clearly has a penchant for jewelry. His fingers are covered in rings, 3 gold chains encircle his neck, and 4 bejeweled earrings sparkle in each of his ears. However, such exquisite adornments are not enough to hide the fact that he's a hardened warrior. I've already done this. This is literally the description I had when I first met Yaz. The demon's lip curls in a satisfied sneer as he greets you loudly. Look who's here! It's the arrogant Galarian who disposed of our poor Willodus! He catches your eye and frowns slightly, giving a pointed glance toward his bodyguards. You aren't about to do something really stupid and start a massacre here, right? Can we just talk? Who are you? Yes, and I'm proud of it. The Abyss is full of butchers and monsters, so anyone who chooses to be an assassin among monsters and butchers commands a high level of respect. I've heard about you, Yaz. You're the head of a highly reputable guild that operates on many planes besides the Abyss. Many of my colleagues would consider it an honor to work alongside you, unlike myself. You lied to me! Yaz chuckles and throws up his hands in mock surprise. Oh, did you catch a demon in a lie? Does that shock you? Yes, I lied to you. What else was I to do? Admit everything and ruin my own plot? As if you do it differently in my position. Alright, well, that's the same conversation as before. Yeah, well, it's better than the original tabletop game. The way they implemented it makes it fun because it's basically its own sub-mechanic. But the actual building up of the army and, like, building it up is kind of a pain. I wish it was a little bit more smoothed out. But, you know, it's kind of a weird thing that was sort of hacked into the game to begin with. So I really feel like Owlcat is probably doing the best they could with the army mechanics. Part of the fantasy for Wrath of the Righteous was build an army to storm the World Wound. Really... So, like, they're doing the best they can with that, but the original idea was not very well implemented. I think kingdom management was actually better implemented than army management was. And that's saying a lot, because kingdom management is not very good in the original game either. To be honest, Wrath of the Righteous is actually pretty terribly, like, built. Story-wise, you know, whatever, it's fine. Encounter-wise, but, like, all the stuff that went into it, the army combat, and... Mythic is terrible. Like, from a balance standpoint, Mythic is just awful. There's an incredible gulf between, like... One of my favorite abilities in normal Mythic is 7 League Leap, which is basically just you run for, like, a mile, and then you get to jump really far. It's just, like, super fast mundane transport. But then you have wizards who just, like, yeah, I just break reality. Yeah. Fair enough. But it's just like the Wrath of the Righteous one has a lot of ideas, a lot of concepts that are really would have been fun, but the implementation is not great. Mythic is a busted mess, which in some cases doesn't even work properly in the tabletop game. This one, they did their own thing entirely because Mythic is just completely non-usable in this format. Army is whatever. I believe there was like a weird redemption scale thing, which I think only exists for like a couple NPCs, and it's just like, why even bother keeping track of it? It's just there. Oh, no. Yeah, basically. Cool on paper, hell in practice, better in video game format. Kingmaker is probably way better in a video game format than it is in tabletop. Because on the one hand, in the tabletop game, you have free reign to do whatever the hell you want. You can literally make an entire kingdom that's just one tower that goes up into the sky if you wanted. And that's it. That's your entire kingdom. But it's also obscenely difficult to manage properly, and it's a real pain in the ass. Whereas this, you know, you're limited. You have to do what the game says you can do, but it also smooths out a lot of the stuff for you, so you don't have to worry about it. I'm trying to think, have any of the other ones really done a gimmick like that? Like, the closest thing I can think of is probably Iron Gods, which... Okay, let me think. So Iron Gods, in most of the other APs I can think of, any of the added mechanics are like a very minor thing. Like, Hell's Rebels, for example. They introduce a mechanic for specifically writing and dealing with and finding loopholes in contracts with devils. Because part of it involves, like, finding a contract with a devil and trying to, like, worm your way out of the contract so that the city becomes free. And that's like, it's a mechanic that's in the game now. You have a demonic contract mechanic, which means you can actually make your own contracts with devils to get special abilities at the cost of your soul, and then you can try to worm your way out of it. But that's a minor thing. That is part of a book. It's a story thing. You can theoretically completely bypass it, but it's not like an integral part of the main adventure. In this and Kingmaker, kingdom management and army stuff are a large section of the game. The only other one that I think comes close is probably Iron Gods, because that focuses on their technology rules, which are kind of wonky and basically only work in the setting of a technology rule setting. Like, the reason the whole thing takes place in Numeria is because that's where all the tech stuff is. So you get to deal with, like, okay, I've got charges, I need to find new battery. Okay, we can go raid that place, get batteries from the golems in there. Or the robots in there. Use those. Oh god, that guy's got a laser gun. I'll steal his laser gun. Now I have the laser gun. Like, that works better in that context, but you can't just slap the technology rules into any random thing, because then you have a problem of, okay, this stuff is either super strong, or it's non-functional because you get 2 uses and then you wasted 100,000 gold on a skin suit that doesn't do anything anymore. Any of the other mechanics I can think of are like reputation points or something. It's just like very low, like you get a point for doing whatever, and that sort of affects some stuff later on depending on the level. But it's basically just a counter for things. It's not a whole subsystem. Yeah. This is part of the reason why I say, like, don't forget there are other games besides D&D and Pathfinder, because if you want to do something with a certain system, find a system that suits it better. You can hack a lot of stuff into Pathfinder and D&D, but it's not going to be as good as a system designed to use it. You can hack army combat rules into Pathfinder, which is what they did, but you're probably better off playing a game that supports army combat rules. Or play an army combat game and then also have a secondary thing attached to the side of it. God, don't remind me. There was, God, what was it? In college, we came up with what we called the board game, which was... It was the StarCraft board game, because there's a StarCraft board game. It's like, it involves conquering planets. It's like a planetary thing as opposed to like on a single planet you're doing base management. So you have the StarCraft board game. Each time people fight over a planet, it turns into a game of Risk. And each time a combat on Risk happens, it was, I think, it was like a game of Settlers of Catan. So every time somebody did a turn, you had to go through 2 different board games in order to just fully finish that turn. Yeah, we never played it. It was just like the board game of... It was just like, this is what the stupid concept is for this board game. And then, what was it? It may not have been a... Look, we never actually did this. Actually, I don't think it was Risk. I think it may have been chess. No, it was still Risk, but like each of the combats was chess. So they had to play a game of chess in order to resolve each turn of Risk. And each full game of Risk was a turn of StarCraft. I mean, if you think that's bad, let me tell you about my Magic the Gathering deck sometime. That was a fun time. Tell me the truth. Yaz raises his hands apologetically. Several rings glitter on his fingers. Fine, fine. I was the one who actually gave Greybor assignments. I need to light a little fire underneath this cauldron where so many minions of demon lords are being mixed together. I ordered him to murder those demons in Canabras, and I put a hit out on Darazand, although that ugly idiot didn't bother me at all. But he was an ugly idiot indeed, and a vengeful one to boot. That's why I gave Greybor a dagger that was only supposed to wound the Balor, and that is why using Willodus' name was important. It was the perfect hand of cards. Darazan survived after suffering a painful, humiliating wound by a mortal's hand. No offense, of course. The Balor couldn't simply let that go, and so he started a vendetta against Willodus, dragging other Deskarites into it. And that was my goal all along, because Willodus was my real target, a target that was very difficult to reach. Yaz seems to revel in his own cleverness. He smirks and smiles with smug satisfaction. The dwarf gives a grim chuckle, then whispers loudly enough to be heard. People like you are why us assassins have such a lousy reputation. No respect for agreements. Remain silent. I would say this, but also he's an asshole and I don't want to give him the satisfaction. Greybor mutters starkly. Staying quiet, Commander? I will have a few words to say to this fellow when the time is right. This horn thing is one of yours, isn't it? Horzala? Yes, this little demon girl is one of my most useful servants. Besides, it's still very prestigious to have a daughter of Baphomet working under you. Yaz glances at the horned demon with a mix of condescension and possessiveness. She stares fixedly at the floor. God damn it, you rolled a 6? The projection bows deeply, staring at the floor. Yes, master, I am your servant. It's hard to believe that a Nephilim and a daughter of a demon lord could sound so meek and submissive. Why didn't you send your underlings after Willodus? Yaz grimaces slightly, then replies with visible displeasure. Who says I didn't? I lost a number of capable killers. He collects himself quickly and the arrogant smile returns to his face. And yet, as you can see, I found a more elegant and economical way to execute this plan. I won't lie to you, this kind of plotting makes me very proud of my own guile. Greybor snorts derisively. So these are your guild's finest? They hardly seem professional. It looks like Greybor and I reached Willodus before your killers. Yaz smirks and gives a dismissive wave. Oh please, I had no intention of sending anyone after him, but my assistants made sure that every larva in the city knew about the bounty on Willodus' head. I knew that Greybor returned to Illusionira and decided to use him once more. Just like poor Darazand, he had no idea he was merely a pawn of mine. Just as I envisioned, you didn't linger and paid him a visit before anyone else could. I had no doubt that paranoid Willodus would try to kill anyone who crossed his doorstep. I expected you to overcome him, and I was right. Why did you do all this? For money and power, of course. This has been my primary motivation for many years now. Somebody wanted that old woodlouse dead, and clever Yaz has fulfilled their wish. And with the expectation of being showered in privileges and for treasures. You're getting a share of those privileges and treasures, by the way. I trust you're not going to refuse the reward provided for freelance operatives. Trust me, the sum is considerable. Yaz turns his attention to Greybor and adds, I haven't forgotten about you either. You'll be rewarded in proportion to your truly astonishing lethality. I'll take the gold, don't you worry. The demon flashes his perfect, sharp teeth and then snaps his fingers. Suddenly, a thick purse appears in front of you, smelling of exquisite perfume. I had no doubt we'd come to an understanding. After all, we share a common language. The language of gold! Since it was my reputation that was damaged as a result of this plot, I consider it fair to lay claim to 20% of the total fee. Yeah, fair enough. Greybor nods and gives a grunt of satisfaction. I appreciate your integrity when it comes to business, Lars Larson. Yaz's eyes gleam. He cocks his head hotly as he continues loftily. However, gold is but a modest gift to whet your appetite. What I offer you is so much more. As you may have noticed, Illusionira is in constant flux. The number of Nauticula's loyal servants, the pillars of her reign, is steadily decreasing. Power abhors a vacuum. It wants to belong to someone, and someone's greedy hands are already reaching out to take it. There's change coming, and I intend to use it to my advantage. Join me, and we shall triumph together. What say you? What exactly are you suggesting? Yaz gives a mysterious smile and shakes his head. You'll find out when the time is right. For now, all I can say is that it will include a lot of blood, violence, and betrayal. But the reward will be worthy of a lord. I'm not interested. Yug shrugs, visibly disappointed. I've made you a generous offer. Someday you'll regret that you didn't accept it. Oh no, this is not a threat. You just haven't realized what kind of opportunity you've missed. As for you, Greybor, you've proven your competence. As a token of apology, allow me to offer you membership in my Assassin's Guild. Consider it the recognition of your talents that you have long desired. I promise you prestige, respect, and truly staggering fees. Of course, I won't demand that you sever your current contract. You may claim your well-deserved place in our guild when it expires. So then, what do you say? Will I be welcoming you to the big league? Greybor turns to you with a very serious expression. His voice is reserved and formal. Lars Larson, we are bound by an active agreement, and therefore I must consult with your opinion on this invitation. Are you truly prepared to throw in your lot with demons? With a heavy sigh, the dwarf looks you straight in the eye. Is there really much of a difference between me and them? They're the product of the worst parts of our mortal souls. They're sin incarnate. Many say the same thing about me. I was never a coward, so I'm able to admit that my soul is black and evil. I murder others for money, and I shall never become a respectable member of society, a friend, or a father. But I'm tired of asking forgiveness for what I am. Here, I will not be judged for my profession. Greybor clenches his fist and mutters through gritted teeth. I am not the freaker monster they think me back on Galarian. How dare they hire me to murder their enemies and then despise me for my profession? They'll treat me differently in the Abyss. The demons respect my skill. They'll treat me as a professional, not a criminal or a blackguard. It's strange to say this, but I don't feel out of place here. Have you thought about quitting the business? And become what, a farmer? A butler? Or maybe an innkeeper? One of those who tell tall tales about their adventurous youth to young patrons? My soul is that of a wanderer and a killer. My art is my only source of pride, and abandoning it will make me useless in my own eyes. Believe me, I've already tried to settle down and find an honest job, but nothing good came from it. I shall quit my profession only when I'm judged by Pharasma herself. It's your decision to make. Greybor studies you for a moment, then nods respectfully. Such words make me respect you even more. Believe me. I appreciate your willingness to let this decision be entirely my own. The dwarf does not waste words as he looks at Yaz. Where do I sign? What are you talking about? We're not devils, after all, Yaz laughs, then claps his hand loudly. Splendid! You've got a bright future here, my diminutive yet deadly friend. That's wrong? Let me just... current dialogue, aspect, UI, 1. Dialogue says... Greybor is talking when it should be Yaz. 2. To reproduce, do Greybor Yaz dialogue. Pick, what is it? It's a pick. Decision is yours. There we go. Yaz gives a bored yawn, and there's a note of finality to his tone. Well, this was a very enlightening conversation, but I see no reason why we should continue. You've received your answers and should probably be on your way. Meanwhile, I should get back to plotting another bloody and violent murder. Have a good day. After a suspicious glance in Yaz's direction, Greybor turns to you. Indeed, this was an unexpected meeting. If you want to discuss what happened privately, I'm at your service, Commander. Alright. Hey, Herzali, you got anything to say? Yaz, you got anything to say now? Alright, we're done here. So, now that that's dealt with... let's see, back into the back into the 10,000 Delights. And we're going to be back here with Camellia in a second. And I'm going to really quickly double check if I have a buckler. I don't think I have a buckler, but I might as well check. Also, man, I gotta upgrade my computer at some point soon. I gotta... So, I got a minor problem here, where the gaming computer, the current computer you're currently watching me play a game on, is very old. I built this thing years ago. Where's that chest? There it is. That's the only armor I have. Oh wait, it's here. Right. Magical Reputation. Vellexia Cursed Alliance. Or Buckler of Ray Negation. Oh, those are light shields. Okay, there we go.
We do it my way.
We do it my way. Anyway, Villains by Necessity. Not familiar with it. What's it about?
Onwards!
Is it like, the demons have to be on the good side or whatever, and you're just kind of dealing with it? Oh boy, it's gonna be a minute to get here. Like, what's the book about? Yes, hello, Mugo's cow. Hold up, let's do this. Alright, Camellia, you're gonna get this new fancy buckler. Not that old busted buckler. Regular +1 buckler. Chain shirt. Whatever, it's probably fine. Yes, it is. This game is real good. Okay, let's level up Camellia a bit. You know what? You know what, actually? Let's speed this thing up for me, shall we? It's just difficulty. I'll level up. Companions. So this is normal now. Okay, she picks dodge at this level, sure. Ah, really? Alright. Well, I'm currently in book 4? Yes, book 4. Last assassin on a world where good actually triumphed. The one version of evil archetype that had the venture in order to reset the proper good balance. Huh. Interesting. So it was like a sort of meta-ish tale, where he's like, he's not doing it for any particular, like, in-world reason. He's doing it because the world is sort of busted and he needs to restore balance to light and dark. I am currently on Demon Path. Chaotic evil. All around. It's good. Toughness? Really? Yeah, whatever. Spirit Hunter. You get nothing at this level? You get actually nothing at this level? Wow. A weapon focus rapier, as expected. Aura of Purity. And weapon specialization. Ah, Fencing Grace, good pick. I would pick that earlier, honestly. Ameliorating. Ah, Piranha Strike. Not exactly. So I did the first time I went through, I did the Azata path. There we go. Job done. Yeah, I did part of the Azata path my first time playing, but I wound up going for Trickster in the end. Like, I got an Azata summon, and I had, like, some angel stuff, but it was mostly Trickster past that point, because I just kept bouncing around between different alignments. Or, not bouncing around, I kept bouncing around between different mythic paths. Sorry. Like, if I saw the angel prompt, then I took the demon prompt, then I took the Trickster prompt, then I took the Azata prompt, then I took the whatever, blah, 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 blah. Oh, hey, Sage Nito, long time no see, how you doing? But currently, this is my second time going through the beta. I've only played Trickster up to just about the end of Book 3. Like, I just stopped shy of that. And then, currently in Book 4 is my second playthrough. 1 to 15? Well, I've got to die here. 4. How does a 4 do for you? How about... Ooh, wait. No, I already have... Wait, I have Fence and Grace, right?
What's on your mind? I wonder.
Let's see. Benefits. Yeah? Yeah, okay, I've got Fence and Grace, so I don't need that. Recommend Azata? Okay, well, I'll try that out. Yeah, well, okay. So basically, yeah, winters the conflict, close the portals or gates of darkness, lock evil tendencies away. Oh. Very interesting. So, it was the... So, it reminds me of a church bad in thing. I feel like I've seen something similar to that before. It must have come more recent, though. Like, that book... How old is that book? And... Ivu. Oh, that's the dragon, right? I will... Okay, so... I've been hemming and hawing over what I'm going to play for when the game actually full releases in September. Because I've got a bunch of options. I could do Lich, I could do Swarm That Walks, I could do Demon, I can do... Azata, Trickster, Legend, Dragon, you know, all these things. Wow, okay. That old, huh? Well, I'll have to check around. Yeah, God, I do not know. I haven't tried Lich yet. I don't even think I've seen the Animate Dead spell, period, actually. Yeah, I don't have anyone who's a cleric at high enough level or caster. Oh yeah, that'd be really funny, actually. Right. Yeah, I've been... Because the next, so it didn't have a... You couldn't animate a specific body. I mean, I don't think you can really do it here either. But you do have, like, the Lich Mythic Path things where you can reanimate specific people as part of the Lich Path. So, I don't know. I haven't tried it yet. I don't think I've even seen the spell, personally. But yeah, that's something I've been hemming and hawing over for when the game finally releases. Next run, I'm probably going to do an Aeon, since it's going to be like a lawfully aligned character. That's going to be the solo run. But then, when the game actually comes out, I don't know what I want to pick. Like, I don't even know what character I want to make. I mean, on the one hand, sure, but on the other hand, like, the evil in this is actually super fun. This is, like, good... This is some good evil. Yeah, I'm enjoying it, though. It's real fun to just be, like, a complete asshole to everybody. And yet, they've done a really good job with this game. Like, all the mythic stuff, like, especially whenever you run into something, it's like when you see Staunton's body, and you go, why is there a lich prompt? Oh, there's a lich prompt! Or like when you're doing Darren's thing in his family home, and there's the Aeon prompt. It's like, ooh, what's the Aeon prompt though? Oh god, that would be amazing. And let's see, dual wielding axe devil class. What would be the best class for throwing axes? Probably, if it's not fighter, you'd probably want to go for like... Fighter or Slayer, I guess, yeah. I was thinking also Rogue, since you can get better sneak attack damage off on that, but then you lose out on higher 2-weapon fighting stuff. Yeah, I haven't touched Angel, really. Like, I had the one Angel pick right at the very beginning, and I haven't used it since then. I feel like Angel is going to be first playthrough for a lot of people. Like, everyone's going to go Angel first, and then split off from there once they get, like, their first taste of the game. Angel's Cleric? Oh yeah, I guess because you could stack a lot of healing stuff in there. Or Oracle? Life Oracle. Level 10 spells. Okay. Ooh, okay, yeah, I see where you got. I see what you mean now. Get that in the enduring spell stuff. Okay, what do I pick? Weapon specialization is damage, right? Yeah. So let's do weapon focus mythic. There we go.
A new follower.
Oh, thanks for the follow, German Rat King. Like making the whole party immune to negative levels. And greater extended damage spell feats. Ooh, yeah, that's spicy. 30 oh god, there's so much stuff to do. I don't know what I want to make. And they're still missing Summoner, right? Summoner's not even in the game yet. Like, what it... Oh yeah, it's the best way to play Wizard. You just have the Wizard make... They're not adding Summoner? I thought... Really? I thought Summoner was one of the stretch goals they hit. Wasn't that on the Kickstarter? Oh, it's War Priest. And Sklod. Well, I am playing a lot of Skald right now. Let me take a look at this campaign here. Yeah, Skald's always a good time. Can't go down. So we didn't hit Dinosaurs and Hunter. Which I think is wrong, because apparently there are dinosaurs in the game. Alright, let's see. Magic on the Crusade. Right. They added spells to the combat stuff. Reels of Ereshkigal. Don't know where this is. Global map encounters. Tactical battles for armies. More features for each race. Attack animations. Romance options. Oread, for some reason. I don't know why they picked Oread. Oh, okay. I think I remember that, but it's been a while since the campaign actually ended. Let's see, additional archetypes per class. Double reactivities, Symphony Orchestra, the Skald, Evolving Animal Companions, new race, 1 out of 3, and we got Kitsune. The Swarm That Walks and Gold Dragon, Dismemberment, Mounted Combat, and the Cavalier. New companion Woljif and new class War Priest. Was Summoner in Kingmaker then? I could have sworn Summoner was in this. Oh well. Alright, maybe I'm just misremembering things greatly. Oh, they're not that good? That's a shame. Oh, maybe that's what it was. That's probably what it was. What am I going to do here? How about... how about Dimensional Retribution? I still get another mythic thing. Flawless Attacks, Mythic Resolve, Piranha Strike, Mythic. Dodge. Destructive Shockwave, Emergency Potion, Flawless Attacks. There we go. Now we're done. Yeah, well, Mythic, Oh, I have Enduring and Abundant Casting, but I don't think...
I'll watch your back.
I don't think Camellia is the best fit for it since she doesn't really have many spells. Oh, it probably needs to rest. I have Enduring and stuff on one of my characters already. And I'm setting him up as like the cast man. So he does the casting of Good Hope and all that. Yeah, Camellia is so my main problem with Camellia is that I just do not understand the shaman class in general. I know shaman is supposed to be really strong, but I've never really looked at it. It's like one of the classes I just kind of leave to the side and go, I don't really understand you, but you do you. Like, I think that's the only one I don't really get how it functions. Let me look at the class list here for a sec. See, we want to go to the Pathfinder wiki again. So, like, we got the base classes. I know how all these work. Alchemist, Cavalier, Gunslinger. Gunslinger, I kind of know how it works, but also, like, guns are their own whole mess. Inquisitors, I kind of get how they work. Magus is fine. Omdura doesn't really count because it's from like a comic book or something that they put in there, and it's like a weird war priest thing. There's also, Vampire Hunter is there too, which was just from that Vampire Hunter D tie-in, which is weird. I don't really know what this one is either, but it doesn't count. Is it? Is it actually that good? I haven't looked at it. Like, I looked at it once and said, like, yeah, it looks okay, I guess. But I didn't really dig too deep into it. Recore Bab, Greater Weapon. Is it like a... Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Oh, it's a support machine. So is it like a War Priest but more supporty? Because it looks like a weird sort of War Priest. Let me just... Okay, so we got... There's Blood Rager, Magus, Omdura, Oracle, Shifter. Shifter is garbage. I know how that one works, and it's just terrible. Vigilante's cool. Witch, Vampire Hunter. Then we have the Anti-Paladin Ninja Samurai. I hope. I don't know what they'll do next because they have a lot of their stuff set up for like long, wide-ranging adventures. So yeah, probably not Reign of Winter. Probably not something. I don't think so. I'm in book 4, so I at least have 2 more books. Although I don't know how much is left in the beta, so I don't know how long is left in book 4. Feels like touchy. Feels like weird bard songs with lay enhanced and Inquisitor spellcasting. Huh. Interesting. What else? Let me look at this class, though. Hunter, Investigator. Investigator is like a rogue thing. Yeah, Shaman. Skulls, Watchfire, Slayers, Water Priest, Enchanted Barbarian, Monk Road, Kineticist, Medium. Yeah, he really is. Although, yeah, just look at him hanging out there. Wait until you see him in Book 5. Mesmerist. Mesmerist is odd. Spiritualist. Yeah, I think Shaman is the only one of these classes I don't actually know how to use. Like, to a greater or lesser degree, I know how to use the rest of these classes. Even Kineticist I know how to use to an extent, because I spend a lot of time trying to make a good Kineticist. Slayer... Shifter I don't know how to use, because there's no good way to use a Shifter outside of a single archetype, because that class is terrible. Medium is complicated, but also weird, and also I wish they kept the playtest medium, because the playtest medium was actually super cool and not completed, so we can't ever have the playtest medium. Cultist is complicated, but also cool. Mesmerist is like a weird psychic bard. Psychic is basically just a psychic sorcerer wizard. Spiritualist is cool. Greybor was known as Scambor. Yeah, beings of energy as their bodies transcend. Yeah, that would be cool. That would probably be real later on. Actually, I think monk at a certain level, I think there is a monk archetype that does actually become an energy being at the end. Most monks become a native outsider when they hit level 20. Oh, he used to require 20... I mean, he still does, sort of. Like, I ran into him. What was it? No, wait, what was it? It was... I ran into a bug with Greybor, actually. Where I hired Greybor, right? I did the whole thing, I did the dragon, then I hired him on for 12,500. Then I ran into him outside of the Ivory Sanctum, and he said, "Someone has hired me to kill you, just thought you should know. If you want me to be hired, then pay me 20,000. So I did, okay, I'll hire you again, I guess. And then later on in the throne room, no, it was the other way around. I hired him normally after killing the dragon. He came into the throne room and said, "Hey, I got this letter for you. I was supposed to kill you. You already hired me, though. So here, keep it, show it to your grandkids." And then I ran into him outside of the Ivory Sanctum, and he said, "Hey, someone's hired me to kill you. If you pay me 20,000, I won't. I'll be on your side instead." And he said, "Oh, okay, sure." Yeah, I figured. It's just like, that actually did hire me. No, it was the same hit. It was the exact same one. Like, hold on, can you heal me? Like, here, let me show you. I think I still have that letter. Name. Oh, that's Facility's orders. Yeah, there you go. I have 2 copies of Greybor's letter. I have 2 copies of the same letter, which Greybor gives me because it's the hit that he's supposed to take out on me. Because it bugged out, and I had to hire him twice. Oh, well, I didn't even fight Greybor, so hey, no issues there. Right, let's head to the 10,000 Delights. Go take care of Camellia's thing. Oh, did he bring an animal along with him? Oh god, that reminds me. I think I mentioned it before on the stream, but when I ran Reign of Winter for my Pathfinder group, one of the party members bought a bison named Sigurd the Bison. Just big old regular bison. They used it to pull their carts along and stuff. And I made the comment that Sigurd was not allowed to be involved in combat because he was stronger than the entire party collectively at the level they started at. Like, Greybor not Greybor. Sigurd could have probably tanked most of Book 1 of Reign of Winter.
Well?
Okay, do you have spells now? No, you don't. You still just have those. Okay. Right, you're... Okay. Asilla, where are you? Or Herax. Oh, yes. Wait, I thought she was a... Oh, God, she's a prepared caster. I'll deal with that later. You got Cure Critical Mass? Oh, my God. Wait, Shamans are 9 casters? Oh, my. Okay. Well, then. My friend Camellia would like to use your brothel's special services. Camellia lowers her voice so that only you and Herax can hear her. The ones who find themselves in the deep basement of the brothel. Those were the slaves I brought. Those where the slave I bought takes the form on the enemy. Yeah, that's basically the same thing. That and like summoner. The summoner is just a fighter and a wizard in the same skin. In the same class. Let's see, Camellia lowers her voice. The ones who find themselves in the deep basement of the brothel. Those where the slave I bought takes the form of the on-Emmy heart. Okay. Those where the slave I bought takes on the form of the one my heart desires, where everything is possible. The girl says the last words in a whisper. Ah, Camellia, I've heard about you. Have you finally decided to have a slave transformed for you? We'll extract the image from your subconscious and recreate it in every detail. You'll not have to regret it. The pleasure is worth the price of 10,000 gold. You'll see this for yourself. The girl winces and glances at you. I was promised no one would mention my previous visits. Then again, I don't know why I expected demons to be true to their word. Lich, Lord of Evocation, Arasis. Is that the guy who has the chain lightning thing? Oh yeah, so I mentioned this. I'm doing, my next run is, the next run of this, once I finish book whatever is here. The next one is going to be a solo character on Unfair. I'm going to attempt to do that. It should theoretically be fine once I get to a certain point, but the trick is getting there. Hire CL and BAB? I have no idea. But the original idea I wanted to have for that was... I wanted to do Legend Mythic Path, because I thought that would be perfect for a solo character. Just, you know, max out your levels, go hard, destroy everyone because you are better than everyone, become a single-man army fighting the Abyss. But Legend apparently is broken currently. I suppose that's an option too. But like, Legend is currently broken, so I'm probably going to wind up taking Aeon or something instead. Alright, Legend, yeah, so apparently Legend just does not work in the game right now. Maybe if they update it. Maybe if they update it, it'll work. Let's see, Camellia, have you been here before? The girl sighs and casts a sidelong glance at the smiling Herax. Oh, it's late game? That's unfortunate. Wait, I thought Legend showed up in, I thought Legend was showing up at around... Like, when you take Dresden, I thought there was an option that said you can just get rid of all your mythic stuff to become a legend or whatever. Elemental paths and the Draconic path. Yeah, I know about the dragon, but I didn't... And the elemental path stuff is, like, mined out, wasn't it? Data mined out? Let's see. Girl casts a sidelong glance at the smiling Herax. Yes, I have, several times. I visited while our team was resting. I killed several pleasure saves, but their deaths gave neither Maria nor me any real relief. So I thought it would be good for me to come here with you and perform the ritual you're watching so Maria will accept the sacrifice. Oh, okay. So it's very deep in that case. I mean, dragons are cool, but have you heard the word of our Lord and Savior Iomedae? Oh god, that reminds me. So I did hear apparently the next thing they want to do, like Owlcat wants to do after this, is Starfinder. And if you ever looked at the Iomedaean stuff in Starfinder, they're just the Emperor from Warhammer 40k. It's just the human Imperial Army stuff. Like, they have church ships. They look like they're trying to do Space Marine stuff for their armor. It's real goofy. Also, there's a lot of cool stuff in Starfinder. Like, Starfinder's actually pretty sick. There's ships that are just demons. Or devils. Like, literal giant ships, which are actually just devils. There's necrotic corpse ships. I mean, yes, but also Spelljammer's dead. No, you know what's hyper dead and I want it to come back? Wild Space. Wild Space is dead and I'm sad about it. I wanted to see the entire video for Wild Space, but we only have the trailer. A literal elemental. Winter Witch, Ice Elemental, or Water Elemental. Think about it. That'll be cool. Oh yeah, yeah. No, they're not herbivores. They're silicivores. The Tarrasque on a certain planet. The Tarrasque in Spelljammer is a harmless silicivore on its home planet, but they accidentally get jettisoned off into space. They don't get any, and they turn into like crazed monsters because they don't have their normal food supply, and they lack any kind of socialization with the rest of their kind. Oh yeah, the giant space hamsters. Like the miniature giant space hamster that Minsk, I think it is, has in Baldur's Gate. I don't know about the Constellation ones. Let's see, first time... Yeah, so apparently, I don't remember who brought it up before. Apparently someone data mined out that in addition to like alternate paths for each of the mythic stuff, so you can have like lawful evil devil Aeon and stuff like that. So your Aeon, you have regular Aeon, you have like different kinds of Aeons. There's also elemental stuff, so you'll get to choose elemental paths, I guess. I don't really remember that one clearly. Living constellations, how does that even work? How do you have a living constellation? Is it like an ooze? Is it an ooze that looks like a constellation? Azada Devil is the sinless evil path besides the swarm. Oh, man, I also want to do a swarm that walks. That one looks so cool. I honestly might just go through this game a bunch of times. Just on my own. I don't know if I'll stream it all, but I'm definitely going to go through multiple times. Swarm is a solo playthrough. Yeah, well, that would do it. You have to goof release hard to swing from Azada to Devil. Yeah, well, it's the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Imagine becoming an Eldritch sign of a dragon, then become a dragon disciple, and then just being a total force chaz, you become a true dragon. That's a pretty good trajectory. Oh man, kobolds. Mod kobolds into the game as a race. There's already a kobold in the game as a friendly NPC. You could totally become a kobold race and just dragging it up the whole way through. Just dragging the whole way through. Finally become the dragon you always dreamed of. And tonight, I'll pay for an additional service so the victim will take the form Varaya wants. I'm sure she'll love it. Herix, are we really allowed to kill your slave? Of course, it's including the cost of the service. Besides, they're cheap. Their lifespan is so short. However, for an additional fee of 5,000 gold, I can replace an ordinary slave with a homunculus, a soulless creature made of flesh. We keep a few here for special occasions. A homunculus. I don't like the idea, my friend. I've heard they're hard to distinguish from real people, but I do not want to deceive Maria. Oh yeah, the gold dragon there? What? Okay, hold on, let me look at this thing. Spelljammer, we got a wiki. Constellate, a creature from Spelljammer campaign setting. Climate, terrain, wild space. Intelligence low. Size G, 1 to 1 million square miles. So it's actually legitimately an entire constellation. What the fuck? Also, hello, any loot boxes? It's not out. This is the beta. And by the beta, I mean I paid lots of money to play the game early. So don't buy this. Don't buy the key for the beta because it comes out in like 2 months. Don't do what I did. I did this because I kickstarted the game and also I got a bunch of extra stuff on top of it. But it's good game. It's very good game. Be excited for September. Yes, but also no. It's like it's $100 for the beta access. Don't buy the beta access this early, this close to release. Oh yeah, that's true too. There's always Kickstarter stuff in the game. The sun. Wait, what? If it wishes, the constellate can melee up to its full size. The full-size constellate can crush with its enormous bulk, causing 2d20 points of damage per 1,000 square miles of area. Yeah, that's why I said don't bother this close to release. Technically, early access is like the deluxe edition plus an early access key, but you can't buy the early access key without buying the deluxe edition. I mean, DLC race, but you can also just do it as a you can also just do it as a mod. It's not that hard to just get the model running around. Yeah, Spelljammer's goofy. I wish Spelljammer didn't die. It's sad. Then again, like they just kept replacing with other stuff, right? Like Spelljammer got replaced with Sigil and a whole bunch of other things. The same basic conceit to get a whole bunch of settings tied together in some metaverse, but yeah, I can't remember, were goblins added as a race in Kingmaker? There was a goblin companion, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if they would add goblins as a race eventually in here. What about... Yeah. I mean, you couldn't be one without a mod. I wish you could add a whole bunch of these dumb races in. Goblin would be good. Kobold would be hilarious. A Clipoth. Just have a Clipoth show up, start garbling incoherent nonsense, and someone translates, oh yeah, this is the new commander. This is the new commander of the Crusades, everybody. This horrible extraplanar monstrosity. The joke there is that Clipoths hate demons just as much as anyone else. It's just that Clipoths decide the best way to get rid of demons is to kill everyone who turns into a demon. Oh man. Sir Barrington? That would be amazing. I would love to play as Sir Barrington. Too bad it's, I think flumphs are copyrighted by Wizards, right? So you can't play as a flumph. That would be something, too. Yeah. Okay, so, for anyone not familiar, Sir Barrington is an ancient D&D meme. Like, back to the days of the Dread Gazebo. Where it's a character who... all he is he's a bear he's a relatively intelligent bear, and he has an absurdly high bluff. And because of this absurdly high bluff, he's able to just roar and people assume whatever they want about what he's saying. So he becomes an esteemed member of society as just a bear wearing a top hat and monocle. And eventually, someone finally beats his bluff and disguise DC and goes, "Hey, wait a second, that's not a guy, that's a bear!" And everyone looks at him and goes, "What are you talking about? Guards, escort this man out of the building. I'm terribly sorry, Sir Barrington." Of course. Now on to the main course. And that's basically the entirety of Sir Barrington's stories. Just a stupid, stupid character that just is... It's just... Yeah, that was it. He also had the butler that actually spoke for him. So that's the story of Sir Barrington. It's just a really, really dumb character idea, which is just a bear that had a really high disguise and bluff check. And everyone thought nothing was out of place. Oh god, that also reminds me of what was the other one? Los Tiburon, Shark of the Land. That one was from a D&D campaign on Eberron. I remember this specifically because they had a Warforged. Oh man, it's so... There's a lot of dumb stuff you can do in the game. It's great. What is it? Guys, Los Tiburon was... It was just like a fighter, and he's like, "This is my first time playing. I'm just gonna do whatever." Oh, I can buy a luchador mask? Oh. Okay. I'm going to wear the mask. I am now Los Tiburon, Shark of the Land, or Mexican wrestler. So they go through this whole adventure. They're fighting stuff, and eventually they get to a dragon. The dragon, he gets on the dragon, attempts to grapple it, and the dragon just takes off with him on the back. And he goes, "Oh shit, okay, well, fuck it, I'm doing this." He grabs the dragon's wings and pins them, causes the dragon to crash into the ground and die. And then at his one of the other companions just picks like his arm up, and then like the other two is one's a Warforged, and the other one just like smacks him a couple times to do the bell ring. The winner is Los Tiburon. It was a fun, uplifting story. Just some guy just having fun with grapple builds. Let's see, the small half thing you can access various places in enemies. Oh, you mean the anal asploder? The anal asploder build? Because you can technically squeeze into a person with a high enough escape artist check. Goblin named Muck the Massive, immensely fat goblin the size of a troll. Oh, so he's... Isn't that, I feel like that's, isn't that like the Pudge or something in Warhammer? Something similar to that? I remember seeing a bit about that when that DLC dropped for Total Warhammer. Use the escape artist check for diplomacy. Yeah, escape your way out of a bad conversation into a better conversation. Also, yeah, grapple is the best. Grapple is the strongest combat maneuver in the game. With the exception of freedom of movement. Because with grapple, you can stop a Tarrasque permanently and use it as a bludgeon or projectile weapon. And, depending on if your DM is lenient enough, you can make the Tarrasque a returning projectile weapon. That's a fun time. Let's see. I'm gonna pay Camellia. I'll pay for this. It's so heartwarming to know that true chivalry is not yet dead. Camellia smiles approvingly. Accept my sincere gratitude, Commander. Aren't they living... They literally live in a world where, like, not only is chivalry still alive, like, some of the party members are magically enforced to follow acts of chivalry or lose their class features. She's in the cave right now. Seela's right there. That's just a dumb line, I'm going to point out. It doesn't make any... It only makes sense in the context of me playing the video game. Herrick accepts the money and smiles seductively. Excellent choice, Camellia. Here's the key to the back room. Your sleeve awaits for you there, and the guys your heart secretly longs to see. Enjoy. Okay. I have to go to the furthest room. What goofy adventures are going to happen on the way?
Done.
At first, you don't understand what is happening in the room. All you can make out in the gloom is a writhing, snarling, squelching tangle of bodies, but your eyes slowly adjust to the dim light. You notice that the body trying to break free of the claws does not belong to a demon. You cannot see the face pressed against the demon's stomach, the demon whose tongue is lolling in ecstasy. A wall of naked backs prevents you from making sense of what's happening, but you get the feeling that you know this person. The demon standing with his back to you turns around and freezes. His claws break the skin of the unknown mortal's thigh. Rivulets of blood trickle to the floor, but there are no screams of pain. Sensing a lull in the proceedings, the victim raises their head and you finally see their face. Your face. There is no expression, no emotion on the face. The features are slightly off, like in a portrait painted from memory. The demon opens its mouth and, in one movement of its powerful jaws, rips the face from its skull, leaving behind a bloody mass of gaping holes. Then the demon turns to you.
What, have they sent a new commander? Good, because this one's done. Come on in, homunculus.
I'm going to point out, I'm pretty sure this actually happens in the game. Like, you do go to Evolutionary. I'm pretty sure you go to the 10,000 Delights, and there is at least one course there where the succubi transform into the party because they become such a hot topic in the Abyss. They actually, there is a service where demons can either have sex with or kill people who look like you in the game. This is a thing in the game that happens. I'm so happy this is in the game. This is amazing. I should have expected this. I should have expected this. I wasn't, and there it is. And hey, we got a moment. Drawn the punch. Muck is different. He can actually walk. Okay, so he's just a almost line. He's a freak of nature. He's a genetic freak. Let's see.
You've been getting off to the commander, have you? That means you owe me. It's the commander! Cheese it!
The second demon looks between you and the doppelganger. Let's just kick the shit out of him. You don't get it. If anyone's getting the kick shit out of them, it'll be us. He won't even break a sweat. Run! That's fucking amazing. That's the fucking best. It's so good. It's so fucking good. That's so good. Alright, open this one up for me.
Completed.
Oh, when was the last time I saved? It was outside, okay. You're not gonna... I need to get out of here.
We do it my way.
Oh, that's some money. Yeah, that's fair. Camellia reaches the door handle, but immediately jerks her hand back. We're in the right place, yes? So behind the door, LC. Camelia's voice trembles from either anticipation or nerves. Are you nervous? Also screwed the house at the end of time. I've heard stories, but I've never seen it myself. It would appear so. Camelia's lips twitch into a smile before settling into a pensive frown again. I do not expect your presence to have this effect on me. That's a good sign. Shall we? I'm ready. I'm ready. I'll be whoever you desire, mistress. Papa? The eyes of the transformed slave, who bears a striking resemblance to Horgus, looks at you with terror and a glimmer of hope. His corpulent short body is an exact copy of Horgus Gwyrm as you remember him.
Hello there, my dear. Come to Papa.
Oh man, it's been a while. Every enemy paralyzes? Oh, Jesus. Well, you know there's an answer for that. It's called an alchemist with a mummification discovery. Blind fight or freedom of movement solves that problem. But also that too, I suppose. No, I was gonna say you can just have the, Ooh, they dispel magic? Well, alchemist with mummification discovery is immune to paralysis. Yeah. Ooh, Mandragora swarms. Okay, that's rough. I remember finding the Mandragora in, what was it? The tower? The Dragon Tower? Which is the Storyteller's Tower in the World Wound. And those are a pain. Every enemy targets touch AC? Ugh. That's fucking awful. I mean, I guess at that level you're supposed to be like 16 or 17-ish, at least. I think Kingmaker goes up to 16. Shut up, shut up! Camellia recoils as if from a blow and sways on her feet. She grips her amulet in her left hand. Her knuckles turning white. This can't be. It can't be you. Why? How did this happen? Could Herex have lied to me? No, why would she? Is this some kind of joke? What if it isn't? What if this is what my heart desires? Do you want to sacrifice Horgus? I don't know. I don't understand. She wipes away drops of sweat from her brow. I swear to you that I never wanted to kill my father. I never thought that's what I wanted. I never thought the Maria could crave his blood. My father raised me, cared for me, sheltered me. He wiped away my tears when I was sad. He listened to me when I hated everyone around me. He was the only person who helped me come to terms with my secret predilections. I respect him. I love him? Camellia brings the amulet in her clenched fist to her lips. Then why would Maria... Why am I seeing him here, now in front of me? It's Horgus. Yes, I can see that quite well, thank you very much. Whatever would I do without your astute observations? Camellia exhales and gives her head a shake. Sorry. Who are you?
I'll be whoever you want me to be. I'll do whatever you say. Just please don't kill me.
Calm down, Camellia. We need to decide what we're going to do with that thing. Let's see. Deep Killing King, Shaman, Alchemist, Bruce, Potent Potion, Shrooms. Shrooms. Shrooms, man. Making me huge, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. That would actually... Is there... No, unfortunately, there's no race in Pathfinder, which is just like the high bro voice. Man. Is there? Halflings, maybe. They do like their pipeweed. Or there's a halfling drug, I'm pretty sure. Like they like their drug. Or gnomes. Maybe gnomes. Gnomes love getting high. Let's see. Camellia stares off into space for a few moments, then shakes her head and looks at you. We shall do what we came here to do. What other choice do we have? Alright, well, I'll just stand back here. The science of Iomede's herald speaks louder than any words. Camellia wets her suddenly dry lips. Her left hand grips the bone amulet tightly. A sharpened dagger gleams dully in her right hand. Watch closely, my friend. I want you to see. I don't want you to miss out even the smallest detail. I shall take my time so you may better observe. After, once I've finished, I shall eat a piece of the sacrifice's flesh. What will it be today? Kidney or heart? Or perhaps a morsel of spleen? Always so difficult to choose. The blood feels so warm on my hands. Such a little clot, but so much blood. I just want to point out, why did the hand follow me into this place? Once I reach the heart, we shall see a veritable fountain. I'm not opposed to getting a little wet today. How about you? The hand literally followed me into a private bedchamber, I'm going to point out. Oh! Thanks for the cheer, cardboard tier. Thanks for the 100 bits. It says, cheer wall 100. That was intriguing. I need to think. Also, odd that it didn't show up in the chat window. It just showed up on my Streamlabs thing. Also, odd that it didn't do the right thingy. I had a little thing for that. But yes, anyway, thank you for that, cardboard tier. Deep Goblins gorge himself on shrooms. Make them meat goblin, unbreakable, and frenzied beast. Okay, so the goblins are all, like, drugged up. Oh yeah, stream's going quite well. Can I go back in the room with the... Can I get in here? But yeah, stream's going quite well. If you're interested in Pathfinder, you should also check out this game. It is very good. A sentient fungus named Aramikos who had infinite psionic power? How does that even... How do you have a psychic mushroom? Alright, where's Herax? Alright. Nothing else to do here. Where am I going? Where's the exit again? Wait, where's the exit? Ooh, boy, this frame rate's not doing good. There it is. Back to the Nexus. Like... Mushroom is weird. I only remember, like, in the epic, what is it? Epic player handbook. It's the one that had all, like, the level 20 plus stuff. There was the monster, the Genius Loci. Drug themselves out like Berserker Vikings. Oh, okay. So, combination Berserkers and Hashashin.
Onwards.
But yeah, the only one I really remember from D&D as far as like large scale things like that is probably Genius Loci, which is silly goofy stuff. Archmages are always dumb though. Like Genius Loci is the one I always remember because it's... Alright, Wenduag, you're getting in there for Camellia. Probably down here. Because it's such an interesting idea for a creature. You can have a Genius Loci of theoretically, I think, any size. You can have, like, a area of land several miles across, which is just a living creature that has basically thralls that work for it. Or you can have a moon. You can have Majora's Moon just hanging out, and that's a creature. It's a giant ooze that's controlling the moon's landscape.
I won't be halted.
Okay, before I go too far, let's level you up. Yep, Rapid Shot looks good. Weapon focus on Longbow is good. Weapon specialization in Longbows is good. I don't like many shot. I take clustered shots over that. Yeah, whatever. Point Blank Master is a good pick. Greater weapon focus, sure. Crossbows? No, you take advanced weapon training. Devlon Sleek the Blades and Death Cap. Oh, okay. So, also poison. Good stuff. Let's see. Combat maneuver defense. Do wielding fires reflexes. Armed bravery. Let's go with that, because aren't you you're a regular fighter. Yeah, so you get bravery. Alright, snapshot. Threaten AOs with it. Yeah, let's go snapshot. Alright, feet. Improve snapshot. An additional 5 feet. I could also get advanced weapon training, which I don't have yet. Which I don't have yet? I should have had. Yeah, there we go. I don't know why that was happening. I can pick it up at the regular levels, I think. Improved crit. Let's go for long bow. Greater weapon specialization, longbow. Hammer the gap range. Let's do that. Oh, hey, Vec. How are you doing today? This is weapon training. How about... Fighters tactics? Combat maneuver defense? Trained initiative. Let's go trained initiative. Improve my weapon training with bows, of course. Ah, okay, so they're assassin... They are a Hashashin, then. Get improved snapshot. Greater snapshot. There we go. Now Wenduag is all nice and leveled. So let's go for this. And then deadly aim's not bad. Point blank shot improves. Ignore feats penalty on attacks for rapid shot. Ranging shots. Plus 1 bonus until I hit. Let's go with cleaving shot. Then how about crit modifier times 1. Or plus 1 rather. And how about... What's another good one here? Distracting shots, why not? There we go. Wenduag is now a big buff range character.
I am yours to command.
Shut up, cat. Quiet down, Spider Cat. Look at this. Nothing on the hotbar, just passive effects only. That is efficiency. Alright, now we gotta go find this stupid demon someplace. All I know... I gotta go talk to Greybor, go talk to Camellia, and... somewhere in Illusionera is this demon I have to kill. Somewhere.
The road calls me. I'll take the bait.
And you know what? Let's do this real quick. Why is the thing moving? There we are. Everyone's now nice and buffed. Oops. I was just playing Solasta. Well, yeah, high level everything is insane. High level characters of any type are insane.
I'm superior.
Frozen. Why am I getting it? Why am I attacking this thing?
I'll rip you apart!
Why am I attacking this?
You should have run.
Alright, well, time to rage up.
Out of my way! No match for me.
Forwards!
I still got it.
Strike!
Ah, I forgot to cast haste. That's what happened. There we go.
Like that? Could this happen?
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Die! Die! Die!
They'll beg me to stop.
I
Here
think
you
Wenduag is actually doing more attacks than she can actually perform, because she's listed as like having 7 attacks, which I think is the natural attack she's getting from the rage effects. Let's see, merge spellbooks, you can get much higher spell levels immediately. Merging design mode is a big design problem mechanically and narratively. Oh, because this kind of gets too strong. Ah, I see. You know, I never did get this gate, huh?
Onwards.
Level 9 spells at the end of Chapter 3 in Alpha? That's a bit much, isn't it? Oh, it's up there. That's why I can't reach it. Okay, this is the gate. This is where the gate is.
I won't be halted.
Into the Monago's hideout. Okay, maybe it's in the backside? Like over here? I'm gonna be honest, I've never actually managed to use level 9 spells in a game, ever.
It's my way.
Me personally at least. The only time I've had a high level campaign of some kind, I was playing... Yeah, I was playing an alchemist, and my other character in that same campaign, because we had 2, so we could split off if we wanted. The second character was a rogue, was a sniper rogue, so I built this character around being able to shoot things from literally miles away and kill them without being seen. It was a goofy campaign. Had a lot of colorful characters, including that one guy. And the other one. Oh, and can't forget about that guy. A lot of colorful characters. A lot of colorful characters. Might be on the terrace. Watch him be in the middle level, and I just missed him entirely. They really are. But, God, what was it? I'm trying to remember. We had Avicula, who was the Tengu duelist. Ah, there we are. There was that. There was my character. That's where Singed came from. Well, who else we had? We had... I don't remember their names. One of them was a synthesis summoner, and the other one was like a barbarian third-party archetype. And the alternate for Avicula was the gunslinger. He didn't have a name, he was just a gunslinger. And then after that was... Was it Bass? And... I don't remember what his alternate was. Yeah, once Baldur's Gate 3 is finally out. So, the one thing I do like... So, I like this game more than I like Baldur's Gate 3 as far as CRPG goes. But Baldur's Gate 3 does have the Divinity 2 sort of stuff behind it. This one is like much more of a classic CRPG. Like, this is probably closer to Baldur's Gate 2 than Baldur's Gate 3 is. But the Divinity stuff that the Divinity devs do, Larian, is amazing when it comes to making CRPGs on their own type. Because they always go into, like, so much depth with the random subsystems. Like, yeah, probably more 5e stuff, but, like, just, I remember in Divinity 2, like, finding out about the nail shoes. Or was it Divinity Original Sin? It was one of those, where, like, if you want to really fuck up an enemy party, you cast the rain spell in order to wet the ground. You cast lightning onto it to deal some damage to start off, and then you freeze it all. You freeze the water on the ground to make it ice so they start slipping. But it also make you slip unless you put some nails in your shoes, which make you have spiked shoes. You put those on and those let you walk on the ice, no problem. And then there's all the other stuff where, like, you have one of your party members start a conversation with an NPC. Yeah. Barrelmancy is fun too, yeah. Yeah, I remember doing that too in Original Sin 1, where, so you have the NPC where you have a person talking to them, and then you have your other party member sneak around behind him and loot the chests while their vision cone is not looking at you. And there was one encounter in, like, the basement or something. It was like in a dungeon, and you could sneak around, like, you could have your character walk in, trigger, like, the pre-fight conversation cutscene, and then have your other characters sneak around, place a bunch of explosive barrels right next to where they were, and just blow them up as soon as combat starts. Oh yeah, or teleporting people over to certain NPCs. It's a lot of fun. It's a really great time. Just, I feel like, okay, if I had to describe it, I feel like this, Solasta, and, like, Larian games probably hold, like, 3 different sort of aspects of the D&D experience, right? Oh man, it's so good. Like, Larian games typically have... They're not as close, and they're not really as close in any specific way to playing Dungeons & Dragons or Pathfinder, what have you, in a tabletop, because they're very gamey, they're very open, and, like, mechanics. There's a lot of mechanics that sort of interact with each other, and it's very video gamey. But those mechanics interacting with each other are really close to approximating, like, how a player would come up with a bunch of bullshit to do something. Like, oh, there's ice. I'll put nails through my stuff. I'll just teleport you over there. I'll just use my telekinesis spell to hurl you over this ledge. You can send the rope back. Like that kind of stuff. That is a lot of the stuff that people love about RPGs, sort of the expression and working within the game mechanics to break the situation in your favor. They do really well. Pathfinder is like all the mechanics of the gameplay part of the game are there. Like, you have a lot of the build stuff, you have a lot of stuff like that. You can fairly reliably make a character from Pathfinder, you know, given some lacking content and whatnot. But you can make your character here and just play them. Although it's very sort of restrictive on actions outside the game mechanics. And it's sort of a more classic RPG. So it's an approximation of what the mechanics were, or this is like sort of what... More accurately, this is what the game, what D&D is supposed to be, that's sort of abstracted into the regular turn-based grid section of normal D&D. And then Solasta doesn't really have either of the other two, but it's much closer to the actual playing the game experience. Like, it's much more faithful to the actual experience of playing Dungeons and Dragons mechanically, as opposed to the other ones, which are like more mechanical stuff. Solasta is Solasta Crown of the Magisters. It's based on the 5e rule set, so just ignoring how it's not really a Dungeons and Dragons game, it's just using the Dungeons and Dragons rules. It's in my opinion just much closer to actually playing Dungeons and Dragons than the other two are. And then I mentioned the other two. So Larian games are more close to like the sort of mechanical breaking stuff that you can do in a real tabletop RPG. And then Pathfinder is closest to like what the game is, like a CRPG, because it's closer to what the game is sort of abstracted into with Solasta. That's just kind of my mental breakdown of how I do that. Is it really a Dungeons and Dragons game if you can't walk over to Icewind Dale and say hi to Drizzt? God, then it... And that... I'm gonna have to try out... I have Game Pass on PC, so I hope the new Dark Alliance game is on there, because I don't want to pay for that game. It looks real bad, but I have to know how bad it is, you know? Like, the Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance games were some of my favorite games on the PS2. Yeah, well, thanks. I'll try it. I don't know if I'll enjoy it. Yeah, exactly. There's Eberron, there's Dark Sun, there's technically Ravenloft. Does Ravenloft count? Yeah, Ravenloft is D&D. There's a bunch of Magic the Gathering settings now in D&D. Yeah, well, I'll see how much of it I can stomach. Ravenloft is like a jail dimension, right? I always get that and Ravenholm confused because they're so similar. Anyway, I'll maybe check that out next week. I do have a free day. I'll see if I want to waste my day on that game. All right, so back to this. Wenduag stills and listens, her attention sharply focused. Then she says confidently, Savamelekh is close. The whispers in my ears are loud as a war drum. They speak of rushing rivers of blood, stomachs ripped open, of guts scattered on the rocks. They're calling me to join them and succumb to violence. The temptation is strong. Spell and alignment rules are weird. In what? Let's see. Don't you think we're being lured into a trap? If that's true, they don't understand what kind of prey they've caught. Let them lure me in. I'll happily walk into their trap. Let's find him. Alright, before I forget. I did run into combat, so let's just heal up real quick. Oh, there's alignment stuff in Ravenloft? I didn't... Huh. Weird. I only know, like, 3 things about Ravenloft. I know that, I think Strahd or something is aligned there, right? There's some kind of vampire lord that rules over it. Vecna. No, not Vecna. Yes, Vecna. Is it Vecna? I don't remember if it's Vecna. No, wait, no. Vecna's a... I don't remember. I think Vecna shows up in Ravenloft for a bit and just, like, hangs out. And then I want to say... And then, like, the... Okay, so it was Vecna. Okay. And then, of course, the fact that it's a prison dimension. Oh, and it's gothic horror themed, too. Yeah, because there was, Oh, that's what happened? Okay. Okay, so Strahd is Ravenloft. Got it. There was a, because there was a note at the end of... The only other escapee is Soth. I don't even know who Soth is. Yeah, there was a mention at the end of the Apocalypse Stone module, which says, like, oh yeah, by the way, because your characters kind of did destabilize reality, they may just be jettisoned off into Ravenloft for eternity. Yeah, maybe he's here? This abandoned mansion has just been sitting here. Due to the power of copyright law. Well, I can't argue with that. If it's not something, Disney will get you.
We do it my way.
Okay, can't do that one. Okay, let's take the portal. It's probably going to be, like, over here someplace. Well, no, that's portal... It's Mage's Tower. That's the Rapture of Rupture. So it's got to be around here, right? Because I think all the other ones have been taken.
I won't be halted.
Oh, man, that... I feel like I probably brought this one up before, but if you ever have a minute, look up something by the name of Castle Greyhawk. Okay, it doesn't look like it's here. So Castle Greyhawk is a module, an adventure module, and it's basically a parody from the Greyhawk setting. It was written for like a second edition or something. There's Return to Castle Greyhawk, which is more of like a adventure through this castle thing, but the original Castle Greyhawk adventure is a very, very goofy adventure. Because it's basically a combination of, like... What's the best way to describe it? It's a combination of a bunch of memes and jokes. The one I remember most vividly is Mordenkainen's Movie Madness. And what Mordenkainen's Movie Madness is you go to one of the levels in Castle Greyhawk, and there you find Mordenkainen's movie theater. And Mordenkainen, immensely powerful wizard of the D&D world, D&D universe, has been using his vast cosmic, unrivaled magical prowess to film low-cost, budget B fantasy schlock for Hollywood. Legitimately, like, for Hollywood. Like, not as a joke. He is actually filming them for Hollywood.
Onwards!
And it's just like, you walk into this thing and you see a bunch of props, and it's like, oh, that's a literal beholder eye. That's... Parasco, much more kinds of movies, right? But like you walk in, it's like, oh, that's a beholder eye, that's a pickled dragon head, that's all this stuff, and you find out like, oh, no, those are just props. Like those are props Mordenkainen's been using for his movies. He's just getting paid by Hollywood execs to film this stuff. It's just like the best, dumbest idea I've ever heard. He is here. I can feel him, and these gates. Their locks are made of the bones of my tribesfolk and will only open to someone from my tribe. Someone is fighting here. Yeah, this reminds me of Terry Pratchett's Moving Pictures. Yeah, similar. Let me actually look it up here. I got the PDF of Castle Greyhawk in my computer. So I want there. I just have a wide variety of PDFs on my computer of a whole bunch of different things. For example, I've got PDFs of the Anima game. Anima is a very interesting, I believe it's Portuguese? It's Spanish. The origin is Spanish somehow. I don't know if it's Portuguese or like from Spain. It's very anime. Let's see. We've got Call of Cthulhu, Call of Cthulhu. I've got a variety of D&D books. Dragon Mech, which is a super cool setting, but also it's pretty janky. I have Dungeon the Dragonings. Okay, wait. What's this full title again? Yeah, Anima, I could never get a game going because it's very complicated to actually set up and requires a lot of rules, which the rulebook doesn't quite tell you about. Like, you have to calculate out your Gnosis value and stuff. Yeah, so you have Dungeons the Dragoning 40K 7th edition, or 7.6th edition, sorry. Let's see, I've got the Elite Dangerous RPG. I kickstarted that one. Exalted, the Fallout Pen and Paper RPG, which later became known as Exodus. Fiasco, Ghostbusters, Space Legion. I'm not familiar with that. Space Legion. Legion of Space, science fiction novel, Space Marine Legions. I'm not 100% familiar with that. In fact, by which I mean I'm not familiar with that at all. Yeah, Exalted. Yeah, I remember when they had the, what was it, Upgrade Your Game campaign, where you could trade in your D&D books for Exalted books. Let's see, Fallout, Fiasco, the Ghostbusters role-playing game, Legend of the Five Rings, Loopy Lore, The World Needs Your Fanfiction, Mutants and Masterminds, there's Pathfinder, there's a game called Ryutama, Scion. I don't remember Scion. I think I may have just grabbed these for some reason. Scion, Demigod. Shadowrun. I have 5th and 4th edition. I've got Spelljammer books. I've got a whole bunch of Spelljammer books. I've got Crystal Spheres. I've got Adventures in Space box set, Gray Space, Legend of Spelljammer, Strike Legion. Okay. What was it called? It was Undermountain Stardock. Strike Legion. Science fiction role-playing game set in the future where the mighty Imperium fights the Star Republic for dominion of the universe. Looks interesting. I'll check this out. I have not seen this before. Looks like it's a mini game. A miniatures game. Non-lethal planet-wide stun grenades. Battletech? That's also one I could probably grab. So it's like a very high action thing. Deities, Titans are worshipped. Oh, so not just the Titans, there's actual gods laying around too. Battletech I don't have, unfortunately. What else do we have here? I've got, what is this PDF? Oh, I have Vin Diesel's homebrew Witch Hunter class from Critical Role. And I also have Dungeons and Dragons the movie. Fast play game. Here, take a look at that. You can do a planet plus doing a tribe with a grenade launcher. What? That seems a little extreme. Is it just like combat happens on multiplanetary scale or something? Oh, you didn't know that there's a Dungeons and Dragons movie? I think there's two. Yeah, there's Dungeons and Dragons the movie, and then there's let me see Dungeons and Dragons the movie. Yeah, there's Dungeons and Dragons. There's a third movie. What on earth? Steals magic from Mage the Ascension. I don't actually have any of the World of Darkness books. I probably should. Oh, yeah. Wait, what? 2023? What the fuck? Okay, hold on a second. Okay, so there's Dungeons and Dragons, which is just like, it's a fantasy flick. There's a sequel, which has a subtitle. let's see. Dungeons and Dragons movies. So there's Dungeons and Dragons. The sequel was called Wrath of the Dragon God. There's apparently one that came out in 2012 called The Book of Vile Darkness. And then there's a 2023 movie coming out featuring Michelle Rodriguez, Chris Pine. Writing credits. The younger Gary Gygax is on. Wait, no, is that the old Gary Gygax? Yeah, well, no, it's not. It's not Book of Vile Darkness. It's just called Book of Vile Darkness. It's not the book. Nagrul the Foul is an evil sorcerer. 2,000 years later, paladin named Grayson is recruited to Night Order. Horn leads the remaining 3 to encounter undead talented Slaymate. Thus worthy of obtaining the book's cover. Cordy makes evil contact with the Lord. Okay, so I think this doesn't look like it's a real sequel. It's just about the Book of Vile Darkness. One of the characters is Celeste, has celestial people named Solaria. Control seems God's far away. It looks like it's based on the artifact, I think. Quote, capital ships of Species 5 incredibly powerful defensive screens that make them almost invulnerable to attacks. We believe the only way to defeat them is to ram them with their ships until they're destroyed. Well, you know, it's a valid tactic. But, yeah, there is a 2023 Dungeons and Dragon movie. John Francis Daly and Jonathan Goldstein as writing credits. Nearly Departed and Spider-Man Homecoming. Yeah, well, now I found out there's going to be 4 Dungeons and Dragons movie. One of them has Chris Pine. So what else do I have in this? I've got Academagia, which is a small... Somebody was making a Little Witch Academia role-playing game, effectively. What is this? Feng Shui. Action movie role-playing. Besim. Burger Wars. That's a name. Like, here, take a look at this. We got Burger Wars, the role-playing game. That's the title of the PDF. That's the cover. I've got... Oh, God, yes. This is a core rules book for a thing. Aussie series. Beginning with mythic 5 or 6 movies that follows one protagonist and companions. It was interesting, too. So there's another thing for Book of Vile Darkness. Book of Strike Legion. Alright, I'll take that out in a bit. Let me just open that link up. Alright. What do these 3 pictures have in common? The vampire from Twilight, a space marine, and a rabbit with a gun. If you answer, they all exist in an obscure, recently released indie RPG called Strike Legion, you're totally right. You know, fair enough. Alright, God, so what else? We got Burger Wars. Here, take a look at this. This is the pride and joy of my PDF collection. The Dallas, the television show role-playing game. Mythic series is unique, but follows some D&D rules. Okay, so is it like a... So it's a sort of movie-ish... It's like a mini-series, like an indie movie series thing, or is it like a big production series thing? Ah, we got Don't Rest Your Head. Game of Insomnia in the Mad City. It's like a horror RPG. This one's pretty neat. I played it once. Dread, which I believe was another horror RPG. Oh, wait, is this it? I have never heard of Nobilis. No, this is the... Yeah, okay. Oh, okay. So it's like a TV, it's like a British TV miniseries. Mythic series unique, false and D&D rules. Yeah, but I've never heard of Nobilis, no. Anyway, here's the, this is like a 35 thing made by Jason Bullman, James Jacobs, and Eric Amona. So, people from Paizo made this one. It's a game where you play as a concept. Weird. Oh, God, I forgot I had this PDF. So, a while back, there was a joke thing, which didn't turn out to be... What was it? It was a... You can be the concept of blankets? And also start out dead? That's wacky. Alright. Huh. That's a very odd idea for an RPG. I'll have to check that one out, too. So, you may recall a while back, there was a sort of thing going around where I think it was Old Spice made a Pathfinder class, which was like the man's man or something. Because, you know, they were all about that smelling like a man. So they made a Pathfinder class, which was the man. Well, Wendy's one-upped that and made an RPG themselves called Feast of Legends. In which you fight frozen food, and you can pick from several different orders. Made by Jenny Moran. Behind a lot of original face stuff from Exalted. Oh, Exalted, okay. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I haven't really played Exalted, I'm gonna be real. I flipped through the books once, I haven't really played the game myself. It'll be on my to-do list once I get a group. Oh, yes, I also have the Filthy Frank RPG. And a whole bunch of other stuff. Legend of the Wulin, Mutants and Masterminds, Netbook of Ghosts, Murder Hobos, 2nd edition. Player Handbook. What did I even come here to do? Oh, that's right. I came here because I was looking for Castle Greyhawk. There we go. Take a look at this old PDF for Castle Greyhawk Adventure Module 2nd edition. So, on this list of stuff, we have, amongst other things, Level 1, Against the Little Guys by Steve Gilbert. Level 2, It's My Party and I'll Die If I Want To. Level 3, Too Many Cooks. Level 4, There's No Place Like Up. Level 5, The Name of the Game. Level 6, The Temple of Really Bad Dead Things. Level 7, Queen of the Honeybee Hive. Level 8, Of Kings and Colonels. Level 9, Vices and Virtues. Level 10, Fluffy Goes Down the Drain. Level 11, Mordenkainen's Movie Madness. Level 12, Where the Random Monsters Roam. That is the table of contents on Castle Greyhawk. This is a legitimate RPG someone has made. Paranoia sounds familiar, but I do not think I played it, no. Paranoia, have I? No, I've never played this. I don't recognize that cover. Anyway, back to the game. I've gone on too long of a tangent about my PDF collection. Far too long of a tangent. How do you feel about Savamelekh? It's a game where you play as a troubleshooter employed by the front computer. You shoot trouble. Oh, so literal troubleshooting. So it's like you're in the cyberspace shooting bugs thing? Is that kind of how it works? Let's see, how do you feel? Like I'm dancing on the tip of an arrow, Master. If I lose control just for a moment, I will lose myself, swept away in the bloody madness that is raging in my heart. But I will hold it together for as long as I can. Are you ready to enter? Yes, 1,000 times yes. Got him, scratch at his eyes, rip off his jaw, let his blood shower us like rain. Give me a second. Usually trying to kill mutant traders and commies. Of course it's commies. Okay, how do I get in here? Ah, right there. Those dang commies. Alright, now before we get into this room, because I feel like this is probably where he's going to be. Let's go. I'll have plenty of time to search this out later. Hey look, it's Savamelekh. The demon's grim figure, resembling a skeleton with glossy skin stretched over it, is floating above you. Eyes of mongrels waiting for an order glow rapaciously in the dark. Mongrels make no sound, trained to attack at the first word of their master. The stinger, crowned with a drop of cloudy poison, is pointed at Wenduag.
I can see you, my lost child. I felt you from afar and called you. Good girl, come and kneel before me.
The problem is that every character is a mutant and a traitor. How many of them are commies, though? Because communism is the real evil here, as we all know.
I'm not a good girl.
A growl catches in the huntress's throat. Oily tears seep from Wenduag's eyes, painting her face with glistening black streaks. She lets out an inarticulate, crazed howl.
Then who are you, child? Just my pet. All of you are my little pets, my creatures, and I'm your creator. Wasn't I the one who nurtured you, child? Would you like to have another taste of my poison, sinking your teeth into a helpless victim and feeling it wash over your tongue? Or are you strong enough to take it from my stinger? Come, and I'll give it to you. It will be sweet and possibly lethal, but you will have such power if you survive. I gave you everything. Strength, food, a bath. So who am I to you? Your blood is whispering the truth to you, isn't it?
Ah, I see. No one actually knows what communism is, but since friend computer dislikes it, it must be bad. You mean bad, right? You mean bad, right?
You, creator, you are creator, you are strength.
Wenduag clenches her fists so hard they crack, her eyes rolling and her body shaking in ecstatic convulsions. Wenduag, are you okay? The huntress strangely is preparing to leap. Disjointed rambling pours from her lips.
Fight. Blood. I want blood. Alright. She has never been better. I am calling to my blood, and it is answering. It is seething in her veins, whispering, kill. It promises the sweet taste of raw meat, the hot splash of blood on your face, horrifying screams, and quivering flesh in your claws. Could you resist that?
The computer holds that communists are public enemy number 1, making some rebellious types think that there must be something in it. However, they're sketchy on the details, and instead of Vladimir Lenin and Karl Marx, they follow the teachings of John Lennon and Groucho Marx. So, they're mutants and traitors, but also the traitors are idiots and trying to wear, like, funny glasses with mustaches on them. You know what? That sounds like a good time. Close but no cigar, unless the cigar is a toy cigar. Because I think Groucho Marx smokes cigars, right? That's his thing. I think he's got the thing for cigars. That does sound really funny as a setting, though. Okay, what do you mean you made them? Savamelekh's whitish eyes stare at Wenduag, greedily drinking every convulsion that ravages the raging huntress's body.
Yes, I was the corruption. I was the sweet fire that poisoned them.
It's a game where you can die before mission briefing. There was a... I think there's a game, it's called Travelers. It's like a space game. You can die in character creation, if I remember correctly. Like, you can make a character who is so old they don't have HP, and then have, in their backstory, they take like a point of damage from an industrial accident or something, and they just die in character creation. Also, this is an interesting point. This demon has been running the long con on these Crusaders, just like fuck them all up from day one. I wonder... It's too bad I don't have Lan in the party. Or rather, it's too bad that Lan is currently a pile of giblets in a cave someplace. Because I would really love to see his reaction to this bit of information. Something to do in my real playthrough.
I'll tell you the story.
I'm gonna stop doing that voice.
I'll tell you the story, naive commander. A long time ago, when stupid mortals thought that one crusade would be enough, angels came down from heaven to fight among you. Coriel, a child of light, led a unit of crusaders, led them deep into the wound. Wenduag echoes Savamelekh, slurring. They tore, devoured, drank blood, drank poison, I remember. I feel. They walked for many days and got lost. The wastelands seemed a labyrinth to them, as if someone confused them on purpose. They ran out of food and water, despair and incredible rabid hunger overtook them. Only Coriel kept going and demanded the same of them. And then one of the Crusaders said, "He is a stranger, this angel. He is not one of us. If we kill and eat him, he won't be missed, and his holy flesh will give us strength to get out of here. Look how briskly he is walking without getting tired. We will get his strength." The other Crusaders were terrified, but the more their hunger tormented them, the more eager they looked at Coriel. And one night in the darkness, they did what they talked about, and the one who planted this idea in their heads dealt the first blow. And when the meal was over, I dropped the mask of a Crusader and assumed my true shape. I told them I'm letting them go home, but my brand, a brand of sin, will stay with them and their children forever. My poison will flow in their veins, and when I order, they will come to me. So mongrel ancestors aren't noble crusaders? They are fallen, sinners who committed a great and disgusting atrocity. They destroyed a child of light and don't deserve to see the sunlight, banished to darkness, doomed to starvation and deformity. Mongrels belong here with me. Flesh imbued with my poison is the only food they need. Serving me is the only life they deserve. No, we are not outcasts, we are survivors. We are those who had power, resilience, determination. Not renegades, but predators. Yes, my clever child, you are the strongest and most resilient. Sentient beasts created and bred to fight. That is why I value you so much. During Last Crowners, the mongrels didn't cry black tears when you called them. Did you really think my abilities are all the same? In the caves I summoned those I chose. In Illusionaria I'm calling to the blood of all my children. I'm calling to the sin of their ancestors, to the once given promise to return them. No one can resist this calling. The demon grins. And you, Commander, can't resist the calling of duty. That is why you are here, not in your fortress. Where did you get him? Didn't you escape from Neath Home alone? Oh, Commander, don't assume that you are the only one with a loyal army. I've been gathering my children for years. Those who were assumed to have been lost in the caves in truth found their true home. Do you recognize their faces, Wenduag? The huntress looks over the crowd of mongrels with glassy eyes. Rulo, Old Gorham, good warriors. I remember them. Many thousand gongs have passed since you went hunting and returned with prey for the tribe. I remember you, although I was just a child back then. And you, how did you get here? Wenduag points at a big mongrel, old but still strong. You recognize him though many years have passed, don't you? Father and daughter meet again. Now you are family not only because of the blood in your veins, but because of my poison mixed with it. And you can reunite. You never thought you'd see him again, did you, child? Well, this is a gift to you. My poison doesn't kill mongrels. It gives them a long life. I take care of my servants. I will take care of those who remained in Dresden, too. Don't you see how generous I am, child? Thank your creator. Horror and astonishment win out over the rage consuming Wenduag's soul. Stunned, she stares at the man before her, whispering, Father, but you went missing.
During a hunt. Why didn't they tell me? Why? The traces of fear in her voice give way to a bestial growl. Set your father free, Wenduag, now!
So stupid. He is a good servant, one of the best. You know how many mortals he has killed for me? How he tore them into pieces with his bare hands? He is good blood, and his daughter does too. They will both be mine, as those before them were, as those after them will be.
You gotta wake up, Wenduag. The huntress starts to... The huntress gives a start and looks at you without recognition. Listen to me, you scum, or you'll be punished. Startled, Wenduag casts a wild look at you, but says quite distinctly, Don't. I hear. I obey.
It's time you paid for everything.
I mean, I would do evil, but I want the mongrels. They're mine. I own the mongrels, not you. They're mine.
Oh no, Commander. Although I didn't get mythic power from my master, I'm not in the mood for fighting now. It's time for me to go to Dresden, which you abandoned, and visit my children. Without me, they're wandering in the dark, and I will give them power. Too bad you won't be able to follow me. We'll literally be separated by worlds.
Wenduag gives a start, and the raging greed awakens in her voice.
No, these warriors, they belong to me.
No, they belong to me.
All of you are mine. You and those behind you are those standing here right now.
Savamelekh makes a gesture, and the mongrels assume threatening stances.
Choose, child. You either become one of my servants or die at their claws.
Turning casually to his warriors, Savamelekh says,
Kill.
The mongrels let out a wild roar, but Wenduag responds with a mad and bloodthirsty laughter.
You want to kill me? Come on!
That's my abilities.
I don't even know what hit me. Oh, there's a lot of mongrels around. Robust, corrupted Mongol guard. I'll delay here, and away he goes. Alright, Stone Man. Rage up.
Don't hold back!
Okay, that was easy.
Aim carefully.
Okay. Okay, go, Wenduag, go. Ow, stop throwing things at me.
Die!
Rage up.
Let's hear you cry.
Yep, Wendu is currently just a regular old fighter. Let's go over here.
This will hurt! Attack!
Ooh, that's a good amount of damage. Alright, who are we gonna kill? Let's kill you first.
No match for me.
Well, forget that.
Let the attack commence.
Out of my way!
Die! You should have run!
There we go.
A solid plan.
Okay, let's take out this one real quick. Do-do-do.
May I see your entrails, please?
Over there!
Oh, it was a trap. How about that?
Strike! Forwards!
There we are. Alright, Wenduag, please take care of this one for me.
I'll rip you apart!
Really?
Burn! Slice! Behead!
There we go. Job done. But yes, the Wenduag I have is just straight OG regular fighter. Oh my god, that's a lot of good stuff. Let's take all this.
I lead, you follow.
Pay attention.
Huh? What? Where are you seeing a trap? I don't see a trap.
I won't be halted.
Oh, there's a trap. Oh, that's awkward. Alright, well there's nothing else around here, right?
Is all of this blood mine? Never thought I had that much.
It seems like we're good here. Oh, that had a trap on it.
Done.
Well, takes care of that. Do. Hey, even more.
Done.
Fatal Mark. Owner of this quiver can use it to shoot 30 units of ammunition every day. On hit, this ammunition marks its target and creates an invisible bond among them. When the wielder hits a marked enemy, all other marked enemies suffer 2d6 damage.
Maybe you want me.
That's spicy. Okay, is that it? Seems like that's it. I prevailed in battle pretty handily at that. Oh! There's more of them. Okay. I'm going to delay here for a second so I can get haste on. Alright, haste me up, boyo. Battle prowess, activate!
Don't hold back! Die, die, die!
I probably should have guessed there were still enemies around when I didn't finish the prevail in battle part.
Run them through.
Next. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, just remove a bunch of those from combat. Okay, sure.
Aim carefully.
I took a cave slug for a foe.
There we go. Nice and easy. Nice and simple. Breathing heavily, Wenduag doesn't even try to wipe the blood spatter from her face. Her eyes quickly lose their crazed look. So, who else wants to fight? No one? Savamelekh, where did he go? He's something about Dresden. My warriors! Master, he wants to take my warriors away from me. We must go back. Are you alright now? I'm feeling better, Master. My mind is clear. I'm glad you were able to overcome Savamelekh's poison. You hear a hint of mullish arrogance in Wenduag's weary voice. You didn't doubt me, did you, Master? You cannot be allowed near Savamelekh again. I copied this time. I coped this time. I'll do it again. Don't assault me with your distrust. I just proved that I'm the strongest of your warriors, and even Savamelekh's poison couldn't get the better of me. Well, let's not go that far. Do you believe that Savamelekh said about your ancestors? He wasn't lying. I can sense it. When he talked, it's like I was there. I tasted the meat, the poison on my tongue. I think it actually happened. Our traditions have always been harsh, and now I understand better where they stem from. They did everything they could to survive. You can be proud of them. They know how to survive, and we, their children, do too. Your father was in Savamelek's retinue, right? Wenduag's face freezes, and she is silent for a long time, looking at the corpse lying nearby. Yes, Master, that is him, my father. Do you grieve for him? I don't know. I did a long time ago when he went missing. It's hard to bury someone twice in your heart, but it's bitter. How did he go missing? Just like many others. He went hunting and disappeared. That kind of thing is common in the caves. We didn't know it was because of Savamelek's servants, not wild predators. And then when I served Hosilla, I wasn't let in on the secret. A grim silence hangs after Wenduag's words, filled with the promise of a cruel death. What was he like?
He was, I don't remember. The last time I saw him, it was many gongs ago. I know more about him from the stories of others. He was a tough chief, a skilled hunter, a good husband.
The huntress pauses, then looking you straight in the eye, says reluctantly,
He was big. In my memories, he's always been the biggest and the strongest.
You proved to be weak, but you're not. Be happy about it.
You are right. I am stronger. He would be proud if he knew that.
We can't go back to Camellia now, but in Dresden, your kin are safe.
You're probably right. He won't come to Dresden openly. If he dares to take my army, I'll shove his own stinger down his own throat.
Hooray! Time to loot more corpses. What are you people doing? Why did you people walk through the pile of acid again? Why did you people decide to do that? That was a dumb decision. But now I finished everything on the task list. Which means there's only thing left. There's only one thing left for me to do. And that's going on a hot date over at the Harem. Yeah. Okay, so first off, let me go find a portal so I can...
Onwards.
I don't know, probably just as fast to go this way. Alright, so portal, head back, grab Chad Chadson.
We do it, my.
Where's the portal again? It's over here. Alright, so go back, grab Chad Chadson. I'm just glad that axiomatic weapons don't have the restriction on who can wield them like they usually do. So go back, grab Chad Chadson, head to the Harem. Once I take a heal. Actually, you know what? Let's take a rest. That was weird. Okay, that rest didn't work at all.
I lead. You follow.
Give me a heal. I don't even know what the point of that rest was. It didn't seem to do anything. Alright, where are you, Chad? There you are. So where are we going? The Harem. I'd like to point out also that Wenduag was using a non-powered up build. The only weapon she had, or the only thing of any note she really had, was her bow, which is a +4 bow. That's really about it. The rest of that was her feats and natural base attack bonus. Like, you can build a fighter to be real strong. Yeah, right? Crazy. Who knew? Too bad they're missing a lot of the really crazy options fighter can get. But, you know, I'm not going to punish him too harshly for that or anything. Alright, into the Harem, shall we? Actually, I'm going to save here real quick, just in case. I'll do a real save. Yep. Well, they're better for different reasons. Slayer is good because you get sneak attack, it's full BAB, but Fighter is good because... Yeah, that's an option. But Fighter is also good because Fighter... there we go. Fighter gets all those extra bonus feats, which means that they can pump up their attack and damage to really absurd levels and just become absurdly consistent at stuff. Yeah. Also, Slayer does get stuff like talents, but you know, it's a 50-50, I'd say. I just like Fighter because you can get a spiritual weapon and start casting lightning bolt with your magic bow. That you've turned your bow magic using your own internal power. Yeah, but basically it's a very fun class. Also, Fighter, what I like doing is dip a single level of Master of Many Styles Monk and then take Fighter. Because you get the one level of Master of Many Styles, which lets you use 2 different styles at once. Then you use Fighter, just build out your thing from there, and you do something really dumb. Like you build an unarmed guy who... You build an unarmed guy. There's a lot of variation on unarmed stuff. God, what was even the last time I did that? Probably Solid Snake. I think it was probably the Solid Snake build, although that was a combination Fighter, Monk, Rogue. Very dumb build, incidentally. Advanced weapon training. Advanced weapon training and combat stamina are the 2 best things they ever added to Fighter. Oh yeah, speaking of Solid Snake, did you know... So, speaking of Solid Snake, there is a... When you're looking at magic item crafting in the normal Pathfinder rules, there's a bunch of modifiers for, like, this thing costs half price if it only does this one thing, or blah, 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 blah. You can actually make a fairly cheap cardboard box that gives you the effects of the camouflage spell as long as you're using it. Like, it's like 500 gold or something, or 2,000 gold. It's very cheap. You just put it on and you're camouflaged. Well, as long as you have the cardboard box on top of you. It works perfectly. Dual wielding stuff. Well, the problem with dual wielding is it does lower your attack. And Fighter, one of the advanced training things that you can get with Fighter actually eliminates the 2-weapon fighting penalty effectively. They added it in Blood of Beasts, I think. It's related to the Vanara race. It's not required, but it's related to them. Effortless dual wielding, I think it was. Oh yeah, that's true too. Mythic 2-weapon fighting does that. I heard it was a good idea of mine to introduce you to high society at this reception. We're a subject of gossip among the guests. I heard them whispering about how we showed up together. You look stunning in your new outfit, as usual. Vellexia covers her mouth with her hand and she gives an elegant little laugh. I certainly go out wearing the same dress as last time, could I? I would have bored you. Moreover, I would have bored myself. Oh, we got a thing. Shamira's voice rings out through the hall. All rise! The proceedings will now begin with the dispensation of false justice. War Priest. I think War Priest applies as long as it's a sacred weapon, so... It's... I want to say it's like 2d10 or something, because it scales very similar to Monk. Let's see, War Priest. War Priest. Sacred weapon goes up to Where does it go up to? It has small and large sacred weapon damage, but it doesn't list the regular sacred weapon damage. At 20th level, it's 2d6 to 3d8, so I'm going to guess it's probably like 3d6. Why doesn't it list the normal sacred weapon damage? Damage from medium is listed on table 114. No, it's not. Oh, wait, can you... Wait a second. Can you do double weapons? It's... Caps at 2d8? Okay. Oh, okay. Right. Okay, there it is. Yeah, I see it. Okay, it looks like it actually applies to any. So it does work with dual wielding. The sacred weapon bonus applies as long as you have weapon focus for that weapon. So if you have it, you can do it. If you have multiple weapon focus feats, you can use it for all of them simultaneously, I guess. You'd have to actually try it out in-game, of course, to see if the math works out that way, but in the rules for the TRPG, it seems to be working. Let's see, all rise. Proceedings shall all begin with the dispensation of false justice. I, Shamira, the Ardent Dream, will perform the duties of judge. The rights of prosecution will be granted to anyone acquainted with rage and hatred, and the part of the defender will be given to time and blind fate. All the participants are now obligated to show due dread and obedience to the decisions of the court. Now our first case is brought by the assassin Dogword against the bodyguard for hire Catrol. Dogword accuses Catrol of being exceedingly nimble and dexterous. This excessive dexterity enabled the defendant to foil 3 assassination attempts against his employer, thus preventing the plaintiff from fulfilling his contract. Vellexia is more interested in having a conversation than watching the sham trial. You know, Lars Larson, after our last visit to the Battle Bliss, I've been thinking a lot about the customs of Galarium. Despite our differences, we actually have a lot in common. Our actions and desires stem from the same passions, except when it comes to... Vellexia's eyes widen with excitement, and she utters a word that is as foreign to the Abyss as you are. To love. It is common knowledge that demons know nothing about love, so why don't you explain it to me? It's a passion, physical attraction, something that pushes you to do all kinds of crazy things. Crazy things? It's been 1,000 years since I last did anything truly crazy. How intriguing! But it sounds too good to be true. Are you trying to lure me into a trap? Vellexia laughs teasingly. Growling with rage, Catrol the bodyguard has his head chopped off with a giant axe for being too good at his job. The crowd roars its approval, and the beaming plaintiff counts his coins. Is it not true that love restricts freedom, and that its harsh constraints can sometimes lead to cruel, evil deeds? Does not love force people to act contrary to their desires and subordinates them to the object of their affection? Do not even the most loving souls feel occasional regret about trading away their freedom for love? Haven't the most terrible betrayals been committed for the sake of love? Don't unrequited love cause mortals to commit suicide? And isn't rejection the reason they often resort to violence and other terrible crimes? I'm most curious to hear your answer to these questions. I am against all constraints. Free love always triumphs. As for crimes, well, no one ever said that love wasn't dangerous. Vellexia repeats your words slowly, as if tasting them. Free love, dangerous. That sounds thrilling and perilous. I love games like that. The execution has the audience in an uproar. The demons howl their approval, and Shamira has to raise her voice to be heard over the noise. Next, we'll hear the case of Vasa the Nose Cutter. He attacked 2 of Alushanira's visitors from another plane, even though the Great Noticula made it clear that they were under her protection. Varsa the Nose Cutter tracked down his victims in the upper city and killed them with his glaive. Then he robbed them and cut off their tongues and noses. The scrawny demon doesn't look like a hardened killer. Whoops. Give it a second. He writhes in his shackles, yelling hysterically, "But I'm not Varsa the Nose Cutter. I don't even know who that is. My name is Sharzal. I've never been to the upper city. I'm not allowed to enter, even though that's where a slaver of my status should live. Besides, I never held a glaive in my life. This is all Hepzamara's fault. She wanted to buy my slaves at half price and I refused to sell, and now she's taking revenge against me and plans to get her hands on my slaves. It seems to me that love is like a living creature. Sometimes it behaves one way and at other times another. It's contradictory and inconsistent. It leads to both good and bad outcomes, and like every living creature, it is bound to die eventually. After all, every love, no matter how strong, is doomed to die. Is that not so? Love never goes away. Old love just gives to new love. Vellexia maintains her composure, but you can see the corners of her mouth twitch and her eyes twinkle mischievously. This is all madness, true madness. Everything you say is nonsense and empty fantasies, yet I find them impossible to resist. My head is spinning. What have you done to me, my cunning friend? Well. Shamir shouts to be heard over the screams of Varsa the Nose Cutter. Then court finds the evidence of the indicted person's innocence to be quite convincing. However, false justice requires every sin to be punished, so therefore, I hereby declare that this demon is Varsa the Nose Cutter, and he shall be executed without further delay. Shamira throws a conspiratorial glance at Hepzamara, who stands nearby. The latter grins and bows mockingly. Shamira announces loudly, "And the last crime for today is the most harmful and treacherous." I don't care. Vellexia listens to the revolutionary with great interest, but when she catches her glance, she turns her attention to you eagerly. "Thank you for our conversation. I expected to find it interesting, but I had no idea that our discussion would be so thought-provoking. I'm so glad I decided to come here with you, and I sincerely hope that you'll visit me again. I hope to see you at my manor soon." Oh, I gotta go deal with Woljif next. I host small receptions for the most interesting and noteworthy residents of the upper city. Conversations at those receptions are always entertaining. If you were to attend, we would continue our discussion about love. Of course, I seriously doubt my guests would be as interested in this topic as I am, so perhaps we should finish our conversation in private. I hope to see you soon, sweet Lars Larson. Don't stay away too long. I'm looking forward to your next visit. Vellexia gives you a dazzling smile, then vanishes into thin air. Alright, well, we're done here. Alright, guess I gotta go deal with Woljif now. Back to the Rapture of Rupture. Actually, you know, while I'm still here, let's do the Shamira thing. I should be able to do that, right? Hey, sup? I greet you, Lars Larden, Lord of the Shadow Spawn. What brings you here, our esteemed guest? I've completed your task. Shamir ignores you, giving you an absent-minded smile. However, you hear her voice in your mind, her words honeyed. What did you manage to find out, wondrous Galarian who converses with formidable demons as an equal? What secrets have you managed to uncover? Please tell me all about it, not with your voice, but with your thoughts. After all, secrets should remain secret, no? A keen sense of wrongness flares in the depth of your heart. It should be you sitting on the throne, and this pitiful demon should be bowing and scraping before you. Insolent, mocking sparks seem to dance in the glow surrounding Shamira. I know that you have done much to win Shamira's favor, but my heart tells me that helping her would lead to evil. Forget everything I've told you. We'll find another way to complete our mission. It is wrong to fight evil by increasing the power of another evil. reject the promises of the Ardent dream, and will leave this place before we betray ourselves and our ideals. I don't seem to have an option here. That's weird. Nahindran crystals are the blood of the fallen demon lords. For a time, Shamir sinks into deep contemplation, then loudly announces, "You proved Naticula was right when she took an interest in you. Indeed, you are cunning and insightful, and these traits deserve to be rewarded." A demon appears behind you as if from thin air. Actually, he really does appear from thin air. He holds a neatly wrapped package tied with a cord as red as Shamira's hair. An envious whisper runs through the crowd of demons. Beneath the veil of awe and admiration lurk jealousy and envy. Each of the demons gathered here in the harem would love to take the place of the amazing mortal who's just managed to win the favor of Elutionera's most powerful residents one after another. Regarding your special request, it too will be taken care of. Naticula will seek... No, you seek an audience with her. Perhaps you'll find this interesting. The words of the Hand of the Inheritor reverberate sternly inside your mind. This blade served you well in the fight against the corruption that tainted the Wildstone. It has proven that its plain appearance does not match the power hiding within. If Shamir sees its power, she will desire it. Is it wise to tease her appetite and toy with her greed? Good point. I feel like that dagger is probably more important for me. Oh! Hi! I see you are fitting into Elutioneran life quite well. Even without seeing the speaker, you can easily recognize the owner of the melodious voice in your head, Naticula, Queen of the Succubi. I've been watching your exploits with great interest. So chaotic, so unpredictable. You're rather intriguing yourself. You hear a soft chuckle in response. There's a reason they call me Naticula, the Lady in Shadow. My words and thoughts are shrouded in darkness. I take it I finally have your attention? You hear a hint of approval in her voice. Yes, your arrival in Elutionera was quite impressive. Rumors have reached me even here behind my locked gates and my wall of valiant guards. Rumors of a remarkable Galarian taking my Elutionera by storm. I'm asking for an audience. You have my permission to enter the palace. Go there and wait. I will arrive when the time is right. Until then, you will be taken care of by one of my servants. Oh, it's got a little, like a little court sort of theme song going here. Finally. Alright, let's head to the Rapture of Rupture. Terrace. Anytime now. They really need to speed up the load speed on this. Okay, here? Oh god, that's right, I'm on the lower floor, aren't I? I always forget about that. I kind of wish the portal didn't draw me off right there. God, it's not exactly a huge trip, but it's still kind of a pain. Excuse me? Who the fuck's attacking me? Really? Alright,
Attack!
what happened to you? Why weren't you able to attack just now?
Heal me quickly.
You should have run!
Jeez! This guy's a lot of AC.
Let's hear you cry. Let's pile on.
Let the attack commence!
That's a lot of AC on this dude. Look what it was. .44 AC.
Out of my way!
Heal me quickly.
A mere flesh wound. Strike! I still can't let this happen.
Die.
I just straight up can't hit him. Christ.
My wounds pile on.
And I'm fully raged up too.
See your entrails, please. A mere flesh wound.
Oh, this is annoying. That's fully raged up without flank active. What's my current BAB? I don't have anyone who can do touch attacks. Although Finian should have still been able to hit him, so what the hell? Oh, it's probably all natural armor. It's probably all natural armor is what it was.
No one stands in my way.
I guess I wasn't using Finian. That answers that. That is a rough fight, though. I guess I can go the long way around, right? Can I? Can I actually go the long way around there? No, there is no long way around. That's the only way to get there.
I'll take care of it.
I won't be halted.
Okay. They're not attacking me this time. Weird. Why? They're not attacking me this time. What? I don't know how adept you are at reading the emotions of others, so I must warn you. You're in danger. Why am I in danger? Velexia's greatest enemy is her own boredom, and I has bested her once again. My lady grows tired of you, and your company no longer gives her as much joy as it did before. You ceased to surprise her, and she now finds you tedious and dull. If you wish to keep her interest, you need to stop acting so predictably. Try to keep her puzzled and intrigued by your behavior. If you follow my advice, you may stand a chance of beating the Rapture of Rupture with your mind and body unharmed. Velexia's demeanor has changed since the last time you saw her. She looks at you with a mixture of boredom and irritation. When she greets you, her friendliness no longer seems genuine, but forced and insincere. Here's our long-awaited guest. The performance is about to begin, and there's so much new talent here today. I wonder if any of them will entertain me. So what entertainments have you prepared for your guests? Her voice carries a note of resentment. And here I thought you were here to entertain me, not the other way around. Is he just rocking out? Vellexia claps her hands imperiously, and one of the performers begins to sing a heartfelt ballad in a deep, velvety voice. Vellexia looks tired, and her eyes are full of sadness. Yeah, gold frogs ahoy! There's a wistful note in her voice as she asks, "What are you, child of two worlds? You try so hard to become one of us, to look, talk, and act like you're one of us, but your true Galarian nature reveals itself at every turn. So why are you so eager to be here? What draws you to the Abyss?" "You invaded my world. Now you will reap what you've sown." Vellexia sounds slightly disappointed. "So you only came here to seek revenge? How predictable. I had hoped for something more original." The demon interrupts the ballad with an impatient clap of her hands. The singer quails beneath her imperious gaze and hurries away. A tiefling steps onto the stage next, dressed as a jester. I wish I could turn this camera. This is not a good look. Here's another one for you, distinguished guest. How many mortals would it take to paint this manor? Depends on how hard you throw them at the walls. That wailing was starting to annoy me. Now, what do we have next? Oh, another fool who's decided to entertain me with his jokes. Well, as far as I'm aware, laughing at cripples and the misfortune of others is popular in Galarian as well. If you ask me, it's a primitive form of entertainment. Still, you mortals seem to enjoy it even though you try to pretend yourselves different from us creatures of vice and evil. Now that I'm thinking about it, what is the difference between demons and Galarians? There's no difference. We're practically identical. She's just gonna find fault in everything I say, huh? Of course we're different. It's silly to pretend otherwise. I was interested in understanding the nature of our differences. But instead of having a genuine conversation, you chose to answer my question with flattery. Vellexia dismisses the jester with a wave of her hand. She's clearly disappointed by his witticisms and dirty jokes. He is replaced on the stage by a scrawny spellcaster who immediately conjures up two illusions that begin to fight violently with one another. It'd sure be cool if I could see them. Sure be cool if I could see this. I'd love to be able to see. Cut off your wings, push you into beans. May death take you, you despicable bastard. Light will prevail. Okay, so the illusions are fighting. I wish I could see them, though. Vellexia rolls her eyes in exasperation, and her voice is unpleasantly shrill. Deep down, I'm beginning to wonder if you're worth my time. Why should I desire your company? What more do you have to offer? That's a question you're gonna have to answer, bitch. Vellexia is no longer trying to be polite. Her face is cold, cruel, and full of malice. Her voice is dangerously calm, but her words carry a clear threat. You should think twice before telling me what I must or must not do, Galarian. I advise you not to let such a mistake happen again. Vellexia snaps her fingers in irritation, and magic sparks fly from her fingertips. The performers who were unlucky enough to provide the evening's entertainment have begun to scream with pain. Their bodies change shape, density, and color. In a matter of moments, they have been completely transformed into a set of whimsically decorated furniture. The pieces of furniture creak sadly as if for lamenting their bitter fate. Oh. I forgot I could turn the camera when there's dialogue options going. Let's just pretend that didn't happen. Let's just say that didn't happen. Yeah, this is fine. Oh god, I'm gonna have to go back.
I won't be halted. We do it my way.
It's fine. It's fine. There we go. Now I can actually see things. Am I in danger? Who knows what will happen between us tonight? I hope you're not suggesting anything improper. I'm not sure what you're trying to insinuate, but I would advise you not to be insolent with me. Yeah, no, it's fine. God, that's a fun movie. Stupid! You're so stupid! Why would you ever take the box? You got the mackerel. Why would you take this box of fish? Look at him rocking out. What do you think is going on? The hand looks at you gravely, his voice grim. This is the finale. The performance is about to end. As I've already told you, Vellexia's temper is volatile, and now you can see the proof of my words. She has grown tired of her new Galarian companion and will unleash her anger upon you at any moment. If you can surprise her, you might buy yourself some time. Otherwise, you should be prepared to fight. We are now in this wild creature's lair, and our enemies have us cornered. I bring goodness and light to this dark place. A small, tired smile appears on Vellexia's lips. What heroic self-sacrifice, and so much pathos. You're still so young. The demon interrupts the ballad. Alright, and we got the jester coming in. There's light and mercy in our souls. The demon waves her hand dismissively. Do you really think you're the first Galarian I've ever met? There's as much darkness in your souls as there is in ours. And you cannot pretend that you're kind of unacquainted with the sins and vices that bring demons such delight. Interesting, so there's actually a right option to go with here. Okay, hold on. I've just fucked up. I realized I fucked up. I also skipped the fight again. Don't worry. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Let's just do that again. Take it from the top. Nothing.
Aim onto your flesh.
What? Excuse me? What? What the excuse me? What the fuck? Excuse me, what the fuck? Yep, just beta things. Okay, that's just gonna happen from now on, huh? Okay, let's load the previous save. I guess? Well, no, I didn't fuck up and miss a fight. It just, it didn't trigger the fight that time for some reason. It's real weird. Maybe it's an intimidate check?
My skills are absolute.
I won't be
Whoops.
halted.
Oh, oh. I accidentally clicked out of the thing by just now. That's fine. Okay, let's try this again.
To win.
Blood? Yeah, maybe? I don't know. Why am I in danger? Yep. Alright, we got this guy here. Okay, we got the Jester. We represent order, you represent chaos. I guess it's the evil one. Choke on their own blood. So what? Those are just labels. You force yourself to live in a certain way so that you can fit into some arbitrary category. Then you categorize everyone else, putting them all into little boxes so that you can distinguish yourself from everyone who isn't like you. Then you do it again and again, dividing the world into little boxes that grow smaller each time. But that's the very definition of chaos. Chaos is a lack of uniformity. There's plenty of chaos on Galarian. Alright, here we go. We got the illusion now. Come on, Illusion Man, do your thing. Okay, we got a demon and an angel. That's all it is. Look at him. Light will prevail. Deep down, I'm beginning to wonder if it's worth my time. Why should I desire your company? What more do you have to offer? Because chivalry and honor are concepts that are entirely foreign to your other suitors. Vellexia gazes at you with a mixture of pity and revulsion, as if you were a kitten that's been run over by a wagon. What need have I for chivalry? Have I been abducted by a dragon? Or perhaps the evil ruler of a neighboring kingdom wants to steal my virginity? If I needed a knight in shining armor, I would have gone to the flesh markets and bought myself a dozen of them. Oh no, they're furniture now. Wow, look at that. Vellexia is clearly tired of you, and the polite words she forces out from between her clenched teeth do a poor job of hiding her frustration. I must admit that our time together has brought me a certain degree of amusement. However, I do not intend for us to meet again. I ask that you take this humble gift as a sign of my affection and in fond memory of the pleasure our conversations used to provide. The succubus hangs you an elegant piece of jewelry. This is one of my latest creations. It has an intelligent mind of its own. It is certainly far more clever and sophisticated than many living creatures I know. The jewelry will identify the most important traits and features of its owner and then enhance those abilities. It is a rare and valuable gift, and I hope you appreciate its worth. And now, I must ask you to leave. I have grown tired of your company. Let's unleash the beast within. The fire that burns inside your soul erupts like a volcano. The furious beast roars within you. How dare she reject you, that pathetic bitch! Vellexia is pale as a ghost. You can see her terror, confusion, and awe. Her eyes plead and her lips whisper, "Be with me." Her heart reaches out to you. "Own me, O powerful one." From now on, you are not her toy. You are not her entertainment. Now it is she who will entertain you. I now own her, I guess. I don't what? Vellexia stares at you in amazement. Oh, I'm huge now. Look at me. Incredible. What hidden powers lurk within you, Galarian? This was beyond all expectations, but how? How could I overlook this when I first saw you? You're the most fascinating person I've ever met. I've never shared my bed with someone so intriguing and mysterious. I'll always be your best lover because I'll also be your last. Oh wait, did we just fuck? Is that what happened? I'm actually not clear on that. I guess we just fucked after I did that. Sure, whatever. You certainly disappoint. I'll never forget our time together, but now I have to go. Vellexia looks at you longingly. Her eyes are full of passion and desire. I swear on my life that I will never regret the time I spent with you. I will always remember the mysterious Galarian who is so amazing, perplexing, and so wild. However, I cannot allow you to leave me. My feminine pride will be wounded by such rejection. So I will send you away instead, with my best wishes and my promise to never forget you. Farewell. You have accepted Vellexia's advances and surrendered to her cunning embrace. You cannot pretend yourself immune to her charms, and I am frightened by the way illusionary high society lavishes you with attention. It all seems like an elaborate trap designed for the single purpose of ensnaring your soul. Tell me, champion, do you remain true to your beliefs? And do you still believe in the importance of our mission? I'm a crusader. I remember my duty. Don't worry. I'm going to shut the world wound. I'll just be on the other side of it, living it up once we're done. And that means you are as strong as ever in your convictions. The souls who fell victim to the promises of the cruel Vellexia are beyond count, but your resilience in the face of temptation deserves my wholehearted respect. I'm a huge asshole. I'm a demon lord. I'm a nascent demon lord. But that doesn't mean I'm going to leave the world wound open. That's bad for business. Nah, I'll close the world wound. But I'll be on the other side, living it up large in the abyss.
Onwards!
Alright, now let's get out of here. Are they going to attack me? Yep, they are. Don't ask how that works, because I don't know. Okay, let's take a look at these guys and their stats. 25 AC? Okay, let's fucking wreck these fools.
This will hurt!
Activate that. Turn that on. Activate the attack boost.
Out of my way!
Activate the attack boost and demon power.
Out of my way!
Die!
There we go. One dead.
You should have run!
Look at those attacks.
This will hurt!
Ow. That's a lot of damage.
Run them through!
Are you fucking serious, bro? You missed all those attacks?
Let the attack commence!
All...
Strike!
Guys, please! It's not that hard!
You should have run!
Guys! Are you fucking serious? Look, look. 1, 2 crit misses in a row. A 3, a 6, another crit miss. And then finally here at the end, he rolled a 14 and then a 9. What are these fucking rolls? There, he's dead. Jesus Christ.
Run them through.
Don't hold back! Strike! Strike! My masterpiece! Aim carefully.
Let's hear you cry.
Hey, there we go. Problem solved. Take all of that nonsense. Whoops, I took a screenshot by accident, but it's fine.
I lead. You follow.
Oh, check her amulet? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Where is it? It's somewhere in here. Okay, name. Can't be equipped. I think this is it. Mighty Fist amulets. Natural armor. Armor plus 2. Armor plus 3. Armor plus 4. Yeah, it's got a lot. I need to sort this at some point. Boots free reign. Braces of armor. I have boots of stampede though. Armor. Cloak of carnage. Cloak of resistance. I don't think the amulet is... I don't think the amulet is properly implemented. Like, it's this here, I'm pretty sure, because I got this in the upper city, so it would be that. But it doesn't have the thing. It's not implemented. It's broken. Also, yeah, I know I got a lot of junk. I could try equipping it. What did I have on before? I don't actually remember. I don't know. What is it doing? Doesn't seem to have done anything. This actually is not worth even. There's no point in having that thing on. I don't think there's enough plus 6s, because I got, like... These are a bunch of belts of giant strength plus 4. So there's a lot of plus 4 belts. But I have yet to see a plus 6. I think I have... Yeah, I don't have a plus 6. A lot of plus 4s. I haven't seen a plus 6 yet. I've also very rarely run into belts of physical perfection and physical might. Yeah, it sounded like it was a it sounded like it was a item that would boost my stats. Like it would boost my probably my strength, since that's the highest one. But it doesn't do anything. Yeah, I'm not even gonna bother equipping this. Like I have such a low AC that it's not even worth it. Okay, where's that? There's the exit. Alright, let's get back to the Nexus. Alright, what's next? Nexus. Yeah, probably. Or even just a character with enough spell castings to cover everybody in the party with Cat's Grace, Bull's Endurance, Bear's Endurance, Bull's Strength. And then you can flavor in a little bit of the old Owl's Wisdom, Eagle's Splendor. What's the last one? Yeah, exactly. Great Enduring Spells does it immediately. It already does it. I just don't use it because I have the belts that are as good as that already. What's the spell for intelligence again? Eagle's Splendor, Owl's Wisdom, and Fox's Cunning. Thank you. Woljif isn't looking at you. His tail twitches nervously from side to side. Chief, Woljif scratches at the back of his head, painstakingly choosing each word. I went someplace, you see, to an abandoned mansion. It's in the upper city, not far from Naticulous Palace. You can't miss it. What do you mean you went to an abandoned mansion? Well, I walked, used my feet. You know, that's how people walk. Woljif shifts his feet back and forth like he's dancing on hot coals. I woke you up. We're not complete strangers, you know. I need this, Chief. I'm thinking a lot here about myself and you and the Moon of the Abyss, and yeah, alright, I'm lying. I didn't think. I tried not to think. Only the shadow started talking to me even when I didn't want it to. Told me where to go, said I need to come to terms with who I am. But maybe I don't want to understand. Maybe I'm better off being kept in the dark. Woljif takes a small breath. I already know who I am. I'm a poor thief and a loser. Born at the wrong time in the wrong place to the wrong people. But I want to be stronger, you know? I'm used to this Moon of the Abyss. And if it can give me even more, I'll take it. Otherwise, this vulture will keep bothering me till the end of my days, and everyone else will keep kicking me around. I know I'm kind of in your gang, I mean, your party, and that helps things, but I can't keep going like this forever, you know? Everything's gonna fall apart someday, and the party will fall apart too. I need this power. What did your shadow say to you? Here in the Abyss, the shadows become completely different. It crawls out when it wants and makes sense when it talks. It says it got an inheritance, some powers that can get rid of Votia once and for all. I'll get it if I go to Yugelfest's old mansion in the upper city. And there's riches in it, too. Never turn out a chest of gold, you know. Can I speak to your shadow? Yeah, no problem. Woljif concentrates, trying to summon the shadow, but nothing happens. No, it's not working. It's like my shadow doesn't want to come out. Stubborn as a mule it's gotten, you know. Could be dangerous. I'm coming with you. Woljif's head shoots up. What? No, Chief, it's my business. I'll figure it out myself. I just told you because I don't know why. I wanted to tell you. I already dragged you into the mess with Votiel. Just think of it like an apology, you know? But no more. If you want to come congratulate me once I got the power, you should come. I'll do it myself. I don't want to get used to always running off to someone as soon as I need help. It's not normal. We don't abandon each other, Woljif. We're buddies. We're pals. Friends. Aw, come on. Woljif turns away in embarrassment, trying not to grin. You know, I don't believe in stuff like that. Come on, then. If you're so desperate, you can stand and watch. You can act like you're my bodyguard if you want. I don't mind. Alright, gotta go talk to Woljif now.
I won't be halted.
Or, not talk to Woljif, go deal with Woljif. Get over here, talk to the hand. Alright, give me a heal up. Alright.
Head on.
Before I get too far in that, let me go grab some daggers. So I can give them to Woljif.
We do it.
I'm pretty sure I got a bunch of good daggers in storage. I got a lot of junk here now, too. Let's see, it's Bardiche, Earthbreaker, 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 nothing, Glaive, Great Axe, Great Axe, Great Club. Light crossbow, long bow, long swords. Spear, throwing axe +3. That can all get sold. Heavy shield, banded mail, buckler, sudden leather, chainmail, chain shirt, +4. Okay, this can all get sold. Alright. Now, what have I got for daggers? Let's see. Agile dagger? No. Get that one. Lethal conductor. That's a good one to have. Ah, hasty eradicator. Let's take that one. Okay, so hasty eradicator is a +2. This is a +2 finesse. Cold iron dagger. All right, let's take care of that one then. Just these two. These two will go in Woljif. Woljif, Woljif, my boy. Let's get you equipped. Take those off. Look at that. Look at him. He's got so much stuff to him now. Yeah. Alright, Woljif, let's level you up. Hideous laughter, invisibility, sure. Toughness, sure, I guess. Scorching ray and acid arrow, sure. Oh yeah, I mean, what's gonna happen there? It's nothing wrong. Let's see, rogue up scoundrel. I mean, not to mention we got burning arc there too, and cat's grace. Combat casting. Heroism and haste. Yeah, well, that probably should. That and fireball. Or ascendant element fire, maybe. Do I have another option for finesse training? You know what? I'll take short sword. Why not? Oh, Elemental Assessor! Hey! Oh, while I'm at it, let me just real quickly level up Lars, Demon Dancer. 24 strength, baby! What's good to have? Break enchantment. Break enchantment. Yeah, okay. And 6th level spells. Ooh! Overwhelming Presence. Fox's Cunning Mass, Eagle Splendor Mass, Cat's Grace Mass. I know who's getting these spells. Brilliant Inspiration. Each time the subject of the roll makes a check. Euphoric Tranquility. Creature on the effects of this enchantment enters a state of euphoria. Speed is halved, must succeed a will saving throw to avoid being nauseated. Eye Bite. Eye Bite's pretty good. Well, not actually at this level. Actually, it's pretty lousy. It's an HD per thing. It's great against weak enemies, but not so much anywhere else. Yeah, let's do that. And how about... Overwhelming Presence. Let's do that. Excellent. Yes, waves of Craigasm. I'm gonna make so many demons nut with that spell. Actually, before I go too far, let's just real quickly do you guys up so you can also get the benefits of the spell. Or benefits of this level up, I should say. How about... Let's give you summons. Maybe that'll be helpful. I bite. Why not? Maybe that'll be handy. Look at those skill ranks, baby! Okay, let's go for maybe greater invisibility. And Cat's Grace, Eagle Splendor Mass. Let's see. Sanctified Slayer focused on cascade spell once per day, since die target also affects spell DCs, which Slayer can't really use normally. Yeah, that could do something. I think that's a... Man, there's... I really wish they added blood hexes in here, because those would be cool. Duration, see echolocation. Let's do greater invisibility, I think. Just so I have more of them. Cure moderate wounds mass seems useful. And how about maybe euphoric tranquility? He is kind of a weird monk dude, right? So, blood hexes. I don't know if I mentioned before. They're an interesting little thing in Pathfinder. Which are basically... Stop that one. Why not? Should I do that one? Yeah, why not? The reason why not is because I get up my strength instead. So blood hexes are basically feat hexes. They're hexes you can get as a feat as opposed to taking witch or whatever class gets them. And a lot of them require you to hit a target in order to get some minor effect. So you can, like, hit a target and then use your blood hex, which prevents them from taking a 5-foot step. Something like that. And they have a bunch of extra stuff on top of it, which allows you to get bonus effects. If you're a witch or a spiritualist or something that has hexes normally. Now, that's a cool idea. They're kind of not worth it for most people, but... It would be super interesting to have more expanded stuff. So you can actually take, like, you hit somebody with a sword, use their blood to cast a hex on them, and just reduce their abilities, and anyone can use that. Like, you can do that with the blood hexes, but they're very limited in scope, and they're not really that good, and they have DCs, which are very low, and it's a whole thing. Anyway, if Slayer can do that, that might actually work well with that. I never actually looked at it myself, because I haven't really tried to play into the blood hex thing myself, because I looked at them and said, okay, these are okay, they're kind of weak, but, you know, it's there if somebody wants it. But it might be interesting to do that. Okay, you are getting Greater Shout, definitely. Does anything else have Sonic? No. So, let's go with... Cure Moon's Mess. There we go. That seems good.
I lead. You.
All right, let's go. Give me a heal, please. Alright, let's take Woljif off to the place, shall we? I wonder if in one of the later books you'll be able to freely come to Lucianera. I bet I know exactly where it is, too. It's probably the one marked Abandoned Mansion, which I keep going into, which just doesn't let me in, really. Anyway, today's Sunday. Zealot and Lance of Barrage. Elemental Assessor does work with this. Okay, I'm just going to check something here. Does Woljif actually... I don't remember if Rogue in this game gives you the ability to... attack rolls. Does Rogue get the ability to use Dex to attack on this? Because if it doesn't, I'll have to get Mythic Weapon Finesse. It looks like it is Dex. Okay, good. Is that because it's Finesse wielding? Okay, well, they're both Finesse wielding. Alright, Finesse training's at level 3, right? Alright, that was it. Okay, right, so they're Unchained Rogues. That's all I need to check on that. I could go for Sorceress Reflex. That might actually not be bad with this. He does have a high initiative check. Let's go with Ascendant Element Electricity. I didn't fill your spellbook out. Whoopsie. Alright, let's just real quickly do that. So Grease is no longer going to be relevant. Burning Hands, not really. Color Spray, definitely not. Shock and Grasp, though. Oh, you know what? Maybe Snowball. Alright, here we got Scorching Miss. Let's go 2 Acid Arrows. Lightning Bolt. Haste. Huh. That would be pretty strong, though. Yeah, I mean, it can't be anything but a bug. No. You can't finesse throwing axes in the game either. Because throwing axe... Yeah. Throwing axe... Ranged attacks with throwing weapons, or ranged attacks in general, are always done dex to attack, and then strength damage. Yeah, exactly. The only exceptions I've seen are stuff like... I think it's an Aerostil thing, or maybe it's a 3-5 thing. There's a feat that lets you use Guiding Hand, I think it was, which lets you do Whiz to attack. And I think there's a way to get Whiz to damage as well. You can also do that with a monk. No. I don't think so. I believe those specify melee weapons as well. Actually, I can even check. Let's find out, shall we? Slashing Grace. Sword or other slashing weapon. Choose one kind of light or one-handed slashing weapon. Yeah, so they're one-handed, they're not ranged. I believe if I go to... Whoops. Whatever. I'm pretty sure if you go to Mythic Finesse, it also will specify melee stuff. Oh, does it? Well, maybe. It's worth checking out. Like, if they had a training room or something, and you could just go like, okay, I'm gonna level up my character to this point, do this, see what happens. Throwing aces. Hey, I mean, you could throw cards. I'm pretty sure there is a throwing card weapon. I think there might actually be a throwing card magus archetype. There you go, Woljif. Now you have spells.
Something wrong?
Look at that. Look at all these spells. Look at all those. One-hand weapon training lists. Okay. Well, maybe in that case. Into the abandoned mansion. It's always weird with those kinds of things, though, because I'm never sure if it's like... It counts as one-handed weapon because you can use it as a melee weapon, or it just is a one-handed thing, or what. I'm never sure about that. Anyway, well, it would be something you'd actually have to try out on this. Oh, I can finally go in here. That's what it was waiting for. It was waiting for Woljif. Okay, Woljif.
Nicely.
Turn that on, thank you. You're doing Bewildering Injury, which is -2 to AC. We also have Disorienting Injury, which is attack rules. And this is... half speed.
I crave for adventure.
Okay, buddy, whatever you say. Oh, you only get one 6th level spell. Oof. Gotta save that for a bit then. Yeah, get to it, Woljif.
Pretty good, aren't I?
What do we got here?
My tail is twitching. Must be a sign.
Oh. Ooh. Ooh, that's some good gold.
Might be trap, might be treasure.
Okay, there's nothing else here, it looks like.
I won't be halted.
Big ol' statue of Baphomet. Big ol' statue of Baphomet. This looks like a fight room. Oh, hey, Votiel, what's up? Votiel is waiting for you in the main hall of the mansion. The spikes on his powerful shoulders and back bulge out violently. He's obviously amused by the immobilized Woljif at his feet.
I moved a spawn of Yigglefist will come running to gaze at his inheritance. Pathetic, stupid nobody. Do you really think you'll be lucky a second time? Run, little tiefling. Run away and don't stop, and maybe you'll survive a little longer. But I'll still find you, no matter where you run. And I'll suck your eye out of their sockets like grapes from their skins.
You think I was just lucky, you lizard? I had the chief with me then, and now I don't even need the chief to kick your ass. I came for my inheritance, for my power. You want to get it? We'll see who's laughing then. Woljif looks back and whispers, I think I went a bit too far there. Do you reckon he'll kill me quickly after that? The thing I just said about not needing you. I was just saying it. Just mean it. Don't get any ideas. Why are you so eager to destroy Woljif? He hasn't done anything to you.
You and Yigglefist are all guilty before my mistress by virtue of their very birth. Lady Hipzamra, the strongest child of Baphomet, hunts down her unworthy brothers and sisters because she alone shall stand before the throne of her father, the Lord of Labyrinths. I will tell you how Yigglefist was killed, you pile of refuse, and this story will be the last thing that you hear. No one can escape from Mr. Hipzamra. Yigglefist tried. At first he settled down here in Alushanera. He thought in the lands of Naticula no one would get him. Ha! I found him for my mistress. When he sensed me, he locked himself in his treasure room like a cowardly rat, not wanting to accept his inevitable death. I carved through his henchmen and reached his hiding place. The bones of those who did not have time to flee crunched beneath my feet. I tore down the doors of the treasure room, pretending to myself that I was ripping apart the pathetic card, but instead I found only a corpse. Oh, my lady was so pleased, but... The demon's small eyes squint suspiciously. I knew something was wrong. The corpse lay in front of me, but I felt sure that Yigglefist had escaped. I tortured his servants until he revealed the secret of the Moon of the Abyss. I made them search every corner, but the moon was gone. How many years I searched for it. And then I found not only it, but this tiefling as well. Lady Hipzamra will reward me when I bring her the horned skull of a defective spawn that dishonors the blood of Baphomet. And she will reward me twice over when I reveal the escape of the scum Yigglefist. So Woljif is actually a descendant of Baphomet? Yeah, you're telling me I'm related to old Baphomet? How'd that happen? Lord Baphomet conceived many demons, many bastard children unworthy of their father. One of them was Yigglefist, who made his way to Galarian. His blood, and hence the blood of Baphomet, flows in you, tiefling. Lady Hipzamra will destroy all who devour the purity of his blood. What is the Moon of the Abyss? Ask the tiefling if Yigglefist left the moon for him. He should know the answer. Nobody explained nothing to me. I don't even know why it's so important. Why does nobody ever tell me anything? I don't even know who this Yigglefist guy is. My grandpa? My great-grandpa? My uncle? Votiel howls with laughter. Stupid tiefling, you don't even know why you're going to die. The demon that caused you to be born will also be the cause of your death. How did you know Votiel was coming here? I was informed that the tiefling I was searching for had set foot in the streets of Alushanera. Where else could he go but the mansion of his ancestor looking for treasure? Shadow brought me here. The Shadow should have known you were here, because it always protects me from you, but why didn't it warn me? Really? Huh. Could you just take the moon and leave me in Woljif? I'll take the Moon of the Abyss, yes, but I'm in no hurry. And you're going nowhere. Skewered on the edge of my spike, that's where you belong, just like your friend. And everyone else who decides to intercede on his behalf. I'll make a goblet of your skull and bring it to my mistress. If that counts as leaving you alone, then you will have peace aplenty. Enough talk.
I'll cheer you on from over there.
Alright, first off, I should probably turn off Woljif's thing. Hold on. Alright, I'll get to him. Rage out. Wait. Shit, that was the wrong one. Fuck.
Don't hold back! This will hurt!
Am I currently under the effects of the rage? I am.
treasures.
Rage isn't even active right now.
May I see your entrails, please?
Wait, he's almost dead. Well, that was fucking... Oh, hey, look. Oh, hey. Yarr! Revenge on Habzabra and her henchman. Giant golden frog! Well, it's more like a silver frog, but you know what I mean. A gigantic demonic shadow separates from Woljif and menacingly hangs in the air. At times it seems to grow as if the atmosphere of the abyss is feeding it and giving it additional strength. Platinum frog. It's even more valuable. Woljif. The voice of the shadow is deep and low, and it seems to penetrate the mind, enveloping and replacing any other thoughts. My heir. Woljif freezes as if under some spell. Grandpa! I mean, Your Honor, I don't know what to call you. I've never had a grandpa like this before. No, I always knew it was your shadow. You're my guardian demon, huh? Ah, well, why not? Always knew he's special. Prince or something. And this is the chief. You should get to know each other, chief. This is my grandpa. Maybe. It's a pleasure to make the acquaintance of a demon who outwitted Habzamra's henchman. It is easy to deceive those who do not know what you know. My grandson Woljif discovered this knowledge without my help, and I am proud of him. He deserves to become my heir, the one who will take my strength and avenge the fall of our branch of the family. Our new Yggdrasil will rise again. That's great, Elgrance, but I'm not quite following you. Revenge? A new Yggdrasil? I mean, I want your power, of course. But like you just said, it's even to deceive and all. Right, Chief? What do you want from Woljif? I want my grandson to accept my power and become a continuation of me. Tell me, Woljif, do you want to ascend to the top of the world and rule it? If we combine our powers with your resourcefulness, the abyss will submit to us, and all those who have wronged us will be punished. And there are many such wrongdoers, Woljif. Yes, I see, I know. And every wrong has been another step leading you to this moment. You have endured everything. You are worthy of great power, my grandson. I'm worthy? Yeah, but I didn't even do anything. Listen, Grandpa, I understand you've been holed up in that crystal for a long time, so you probably don't know me well. I just steal here and there, trade a little. I've never done anything special, you know? Maybe I'm not worthy at all. Maybe you're just wrong? What if later you turn around and say, why'd I go and give you that power, you useless idiot? No, I am not mistaken. I foresaw your birth, and I foresaw that you would come here. You are exactly what I need, Woljif, and no one can replace you. How'd you survive? Thanks to Ardent. Eaglefist gives a low chuckle that rumbles like distant thunder. I do not know if you remember the times when prophecies were not just heaps of useless words, but I do remember. You see, I am the son of Baphomet. I don't think you need an explanation of who he is. Baphomet conceived many children, but my sister Habzamra wanted to be the only one. She marked us for death and hunted us down quite successfully. I do not want to be among her victims. I hid in Illusionera, but I knew it wouldn't last long. In the end, I decided to learn my future. Forewarned is forearmed. I was able to acquire all the knowledge I needed about my future self after many rituals. I saw a vision of how I would put a crystal like a dark moon into a silver setting. I spent a long time trying to understand this vision, and finally, bit by bit, a prophecy came to me. I realized I would have to die in order to live again, that the dark crystal must become my refuge and the receptacle of my powers. I must hide my soul within the crystal and wait for my heir to come to the abyss and free me. This crystal is the moon of the abyss, set within a silver mount. I sent it to Galarian for my grandson. Do you see, Woljif? I anticipated your birth like no one else. Why did Voziel dislike you so much? Voziel, he wants to curry favor with his mistress and nothing more. But you cannot deny his intelligence. Habzamra was appeased when she saw my head, but she discovered the truth about the moon of the abyss and almost killed Woljif. Habzamra, the stupid cow, just wants to destroy all her brothers and sisters indiscriminately, but Voziel, his mind was constantly seeking ways to please her, and his desire aided his efforts. Well, he died pursuing his dream of greatness. Demons don't give something for nothing. What do you want? I have only one condition, and it is a very small one. Yggdrasil shrinks down to the same size as Woljif. My spirit will enter your body, Woljif. It will hide within you, just as it hid within the crystal, invisible to you and invisible to others. So you sort of want to take over my body? Woljif looks disappointed. Really, Grandpa? I thought better of you. You're your grandson, you know. You shouldn't treat your grandkids that way. You take care of them. Put up with their hijinks and stuff, not make pups out of them. Life has taught you to be too cautious, Woljif. I do not want to take your body. I want to help you. Who were you before you found the moon of the abyss? A pathetic thief from a small town. A coward and a traitor. A boy who was hated by his own mother, driven away from everyone where he went. And now look, Woljif is dead. Look at all the treasures that are rightfully yours. And this is just the beginning. You will become the Prince of the Abyss, my grandson. Yggdrasil's voice grows lower, more insinuating. As for my living within your body, your success will be my success. I will only give you advice, as I did in the World Wound, and you will be free to choose whether or not to listen. However, I see that words will not satisfy you. Let me show you what you will gain if you agree. You say I've been driven from everywhere, but the Chief hasn't chased me off yet, so show him too. Since we got into this together, Chief. Actually, it's fine. Forget about it. Do what you want. Show me too. I don't want Woljif to have to face you alone. Yeah, right? I mean, it's his grandson. Obviously, he's going to go for him. I'm a very strange aberration in the system. Yggdrasil shows no sign of impatience, but his darkness seems to become deeper, more compelling. What a loyal friend you have, Woljif. But maybe the Chief just wants to guide you every step of the way. Maybe he's just afraid that you will become too independent? Woljif looks at you as if trying to find the answer, but then turns away. I don't know, Gramps. Maybe you're right. But even if the Chief mouths off, even if he doesn't do what I like, he's still the best thing that's ever happened to me. At least let him take a look. As you wish. Yggdrasil seems to grow, his darkness pulsating as it surrounds you until you are completely enveloped and nothing else can be seen. There is only silence, only darkness, and a soothing voice. Close your eyes. I will show you what the world will be like when the dark moon of the abyss rises. As the darkness recedes, you realize that you're standing on a deserted street in Canabras. However, to call it standing is an exaggeration. You're a disembodied spirit, and through your transparent body, you can see the walls of neighboring houses. Next to you is a slovenly dressed old woman with a swollen face, her lips pursed unkindly. When she opens her mouth, you hear the velvet voice of Yggdrasil. Observe, Commander. Get back here, you little weasel. Trying to steal from us, were you little rat? Demon spawn, I'll throw you into the world wound. A boy of around 10 runs toward you, and as he gets close, you recognize him as Woljif. He looks scared and clutches a piece of bread to his chest. Grandma, help me! Besides, take the bread from him. Hide me, Gran! The old woman does not budge. Look at you, Woljif. Small, sweet, useless, always blaming others, always holding them responsible for your failures. You're exactly the same as you always have been. A boy is so afraid of the world that he hides behind someone else's back. First your grandmother, then the thieflings, then the commander. The boy can't hold back his tears anymore. Gran, why don't you ever help me? You're all I have. They'll beat me, so hide me, please. You'll remain this way forever because you're too cowardly and weak to cope on your own. Only I can free you from this fear. Accept me. Accept my power and destroy your enemies. Come on, do not hesitate. Yggdrasil turns to you. Watch, Commander. Once he gets a taste of this power, you will never be able to sway him again. You want to be worthy of the power? Then fight back properly. Woljif turns to you when he hears your voice, wiping away his tears and sniffing loudly. The illusion vanishes, and he becomes an adult again. Right, Chief. I can't keep raving all the time. I really need these powers if I'm going to survive. Damn! He just dismembered those people with his fist. When the darkness dissipates, you find yourself in a familiar basement, the one belonging to the thieflings. Charisma and the others stand across from you as menacingly as they did before. Next to Woljif is you. I thought better of him. And I trusted you. You never change, Woljif. I wasn't wrong about you after all, Woljif. You're our traitor. I took you into the gang because I heard you were a master lockpicker. I was warned that you were a traitor, but I didn't listen. I took you on, and for what? You've only endangered the family. But I didn't betray you. I only took what belongs to me, right, Chief? It's your fault I've been treated badly. Maybe if you were nicer, I wouldn't have done it. Don't try any of your fast talk on them. It's useless. Deep down, you wanted your chief to appreciate you, and for the thieflings to love you for who you are, so that they could really become your family since your blood relatives never were. But look at yourself. A coward, a thief, a loudmouth, a street rat, and even a demon spawn. Who'd even want to accept you? There's nothing in you worthy of any interest. Take my power, Woljif, and enchant them. They'll praise your name endlessly. You'll bask in their adoration. Enchant them. You want to possess the power of a demon, so take what you want from life, as all demons do. And why not? I need the sincerity. I don't have time to balance on my tail and perform tricks while I beg them to pay attention to me. Let's see how this demonic magic muddles minds. Come on, brothers and sisters, sing my praises. You must become our leader. We love you. You're the best of all the thieflings. The darkness dissipates again, like in the last illusion, but this time you see not one Woljif but in front of you, but two. The second looks down at Hepzamra, who is before him. He looks like an exact copy of himself, but something in him has changed imperceptibly. His presence is cold, and there's greatness, like an aura of darkness that vibrates around him. Now look, Commander. Have mercy! No! See what my power bestows. Imprisoned in the crystal, I felt how he called to me, how my magic was changing. I can defeat Hepzamra, and even Baphomet himself. With my power, you can easily crush your enemies, and any crusade will seem like a leisurely stroll. Now come and guide my heir to the right path. Wait, is that what I'll become if I accept your gift, Grandpa? I do look pretty good. His voice still sounds uncertain. Woljif looks back and forth between you and his double. So we need to decide right now? There won't be another chance? Alright, I have to ask the Chief one last time. What do you reckon, Chief? I don't care. Do what you think is best. Yeah, exactly. Woljif shakes himself, gathering his courage. You don't have to advise me, you know? I can handle it myself, as always. Woljif takes off the Moon of the Abyss and watches it mysteriously shimmer in the light one last time. Then, obeying some inner call, he removes the crystal from its setting and presses it into his chest. Yes, throw away everything human. Give everything that holds you. The Moon of the Abyss has no dark or light side. It is all darkness itself. Accept its power. Give in to me. Without me you are nothing. Just a weakling. Just a street rat. But together, we will win. Woljif stands motionless for a moment, then gives a brief grin. You're out of luck, Gramps. I'll take your power, but I think I'll pass on your invaluable advice. How do you like that? What? Oh, Woljif's his own thing now. Cool. Oh, geez. There's a bunch of Yggfilesses around. Okay. Wow.
Behead, yes. So, tie up.
Oh, you need 20s to hit this guy. Oh, boy.
Out of my way!
Okay, you know what? Let's kill these ones first. Yeah, much easier. Much easier.
Die, die, die!
Woljif, no!
This will hurt!
Run them through!
Strike!
Jeez, dude.
Run them through!
Man, if only. Well, that's unfortunate. Wow. Fuck, okay.
Let's hear you cry!
You know, I'd love to be able to hit one of these days.
Heal me! Quickly!
You should have run!
There we go. Got some hits off, finally.
Die!
The attack commence.
Pile on.
Strike!
Seriously? I think I saw 3 critical misses in there. No, just 2. Go 1, 2, and then a crit miss here on the last one. He's almost dead. I just need a couple more hits.
Heal me. Quickly.
Don't hold back!
Out of my way.
Almost.
Burn! Slice! Behead!
Finally! Woljif shakes his head slowly as if waking up from a dream. Ugh, well that's that, I guess. I was right just getting used to having a grandpa. He's not the type who'll teach you how to finish and fill a pipe, you know, but I guess he's alright. But he's alright. Probably even decent for a demon. Not surprising that Gran remembered him well. Woljif? Woljif, are you okay? Woljif? Why does it say you're dead?
This spell works differently.
Woljif? I guess Woljif is dead? Yeah, do I actually have one? Hold on. I might have, like, bought one as a precaution at one point. Remove sickness, reduce person, rage, feeblement. Sonic. I didn't pack a scroll of Raise Dead. Okay, well, guess I'm gonna go back and level up Social real quick. That was weird. Why is he dead? I guess because he was not part of my party at the time? That's the only thing I can guess. Like, the only guess I have is that he wasn't actually part of my party at the time, and that caused him to die.
Their life ends here!
Are you fucking serious right now? Fucking... No, it just looks like... Oh my god, really? This is the last place I saved. It wasn't the whole city going berserk on me. It was... Yeah, that's because this is before WotR. That's before the entire fight even happened. And it wasn't this city going berserk on me. What it was I think the same thing happened again, where there was a fight that I technically triggered, but it didn't trigger when it should have, so instead they're showing up now.
Okay. All this waiting bores.
Okay, you know what? There's multiple levels of bullshit going on, so here's what I'm gonna do. The game's being bullshit to me, so I'm just gonna do that. If the game is giving me bullshit, I'm just gonna give the game bullshit right back.
We should move.
Alright, let's deal with this nonsense. I'd like to point out, Woljif isn't even at his death threshold, I'm pretty sure. Like, he's at a negative number, yes, but I'm pretty sure he's at a low enough negative number that he's actually fine. I can't, there we go. I wasn't able to move the camera for a second for some reason. What on earth? Really? Okay, now change that back. Yeah, let's go back here. That was... Wait, I didn't even realize what they were doing to me. Also, yeah, it really is. On the bright side, I got a free get rid of all stat damage button right here. It's called the Hand of the Inheritor. He'll just take care of all that problem. Now I just got to get I got to raise Woljif back from the dead with Social. All right, so let's go here first. Actually, you know what, Darren? Oh, that was Wail of the Banshee. Oh god, I didn't realize. Oh, I have to pick something. Are you fucking serious? I don't have the option to not... Now I gotta do it manually because apparently I can't... Restoration. This is second level spell. Oh hey, there's Animate Dead. Raise Dead is, what, 5th level? I kind of want to see what this looks like, so let's try that one. Yeah, no, it's just basically just a summon spell. That's all it is. Alright, 4th level. Alright, 5th level spell. Where is... Ray's dead. There we go. Here's endurance. Banishment. Create undead. Eagle Soul. Cold Ice Strike. Heal? Yes. Heal is a very good spell. I'll definitely take that one. Thank you. Let's go with Allied Spellcaster. Why not? Pillar of Life. We're seeing Communal on Death to Death. Banishment. Let's go with Banishment. Yeah, why not? Resurrection. Alright, Banishment's great because you can just, like, zap any enemy away if you get at high enough level. Greater Spell Pen. Get some life sense going. How about... Flame Strike's always good. Don't worry about it. You're just sending them someplace else in the abyss. It's fine. Umbral Strike. Wait, next thing. What's this? Dark Energy. Jolting Portent. Destruction. 10 points of damage per caster level. Yes, I'll take that. That seems quite good. Eighth level spells. Storm Bolts. Cast a spell. Lightning spills forth from your body in all directions. Rift of Ruin. Since the rift extends to the abyss, it does not displace the original underlying material. How does that work here? Who knows? Alright. Yeah, exactly. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Talk to you. Heal me. Take a nap.
We do it my way.
Too bad Woljif's dead still. Okay, so let's head out real quick. Replace you real quick with you. Doesn't really matter where I go, I just need to be someplace. And this is a good spot, since I'll be able to sell junk in order to buy diamonds that I need to resurrect Woljif. Yeah! I mean, the Abyss is a bottomless pit, right? There was a meme I remember about, if you go far enough in the Abyss, you eventually come out back in Neurolog. Which is just, it's the inverse of Galarian, where the demon lords, Discari, Baphomet, and Noticula wage a holy war against the evils that reside in Galarian. I'm looking forward to seeing all the nonsense that comes up in the other paths. I've only seen the one Azada prompt so far, though. Like, I saw the Azada prompt when you're talking to the people in the Temple of... it's Desna, right? It's Desna. Temple of Desna in Canabras. You got any diamonds? Got any diamonds, buddy? Alright, I think I have some diamonds. It's fine. Alright.
Skip the pleasantries.
Alright, Darren. I don't have 2 of those. I don't even have 1 diamond. God, where do I go to get diamonds? There's an order of gnomish battle sculptors? Okay, fair enough. Yeah, no, I mean, like, after the point where you would take the Azada path, I haven't seen a whole lot of stuff for it. Like, I saw the one prompt for the Dragon Egg, for example, but I haven't seen anything else. Okay, does anyone know where I can get diamonds around here? Or failing that, scrolls? Because I don't remember. Oh, I guess I could talk to the guy in the Battle Bliss, right? Oh, okay. So it's all... Got it. You sell scrolls? No. Okay, maybe the Battle Bliss. Man, what am I doing? It's probably faster to go this way. Well, it's about the same speed, really. Well, again, I haven't seen any of the Ardent interactions apart from, like, 1. And it looks like it's a lot of really cool backstory lore stuff. Like, it reminds me of, all the APs have a lot of back matter. Like, there's just a bunch of stuff that hangs out in the back of the book that a player will never see because it's all, like, history stuff for characters and that sort of thing. So I'm wondering, like, how much of that is actually gonna be Aeon stuff. I could use the help. You got any diamonds for sale? I get diamonds from? Yeah, I saw a bit of that. Also, I have Willodus's journal? The healer glances briefly through Willodus's notes and his eyes light up. He sputters in amazement and disbelief.
How is this possible? You're holding the secrets of Willodus, the vivisectionist himself. All his secrets. This is written in each stitch of his needle. The forbidden paths carved out with a dissection knife. I must have it. I'll buy it from you right now. I want it. All of it. Every last page.
The demon hastily begins to shove money into your hands, not even bothering to count the coins. I have to go. Oh, Storyteller! Yes, that's right, Storyteller. I don't have any in my trunk. I would carry diamonds I'd be keeping on my body, and I don't think there's anything to buy at the brothel, but the Storyteller would have it. So let's hit up the Storyteller real quick. And once I get Woljif resurrected, I guess I'll go head over to Naticulus Palace, right? Well, once I dealt with the other part of that too. Hey Zephorian, what up? Ba-da-da. Boy, it's a scorch outside today. What's the temperature? It is 90 degrees outside. Sick.
We do it my way.
Okay, I need to go here.
Battle the weight.
Yeah, it really does look like they all have a ton of really interesting lore.
We should move. The road calls me. I'll take
Oh yeah,
the bait.
Woljif's dead. I feel like the Merilith over there is going to attack me anytime now. Oh, I bet. You're basically becoming an angel at that point. Hell, you might even become a good... No, probably not an actual deity. Oh, man, you know what would be really cool? If there's an AP that ends up with you actually interacting with the Starstone. I don't think there is one. Also, it's a little unfortunate that the mentor for the demon path is Yaz, because he's kind of an asshole. Ah. You know what? I can get behind that. Hey. Well, I got Scroll of Resurrection. That'll do it. And diamonds. You know what? Let's just buy all of them. I got the cash. How much does this cost? 40 grand? I can spend that easy. How many Scrolls of Resurrection do you have? 120 grand? Preemptive spoiler by if you take an animal companion on one of the characters. Oh. So there's like a... So it's more of a kind of weird bug in that case, then. Okay, I'm loaded up on Resurrection, so now I'm good forever, basically.
I welcome your company.
Okay. Please raise Woljif from the dead. Okay, where is he?
Who,
Hey!
me?
How you doing up there, buddy?
I won't be halted.
Alright, so let's get back to base now that Woljif is not dead. A little annoying I had to come all the way out here to deal with that, but it's fixed. We're done. No need to worry about that anymore. And, most importantly, I have tons of scrolls, so I can just... It'll be set forever. So you can just be lawful asshole, but not lawful evil. I do like how there was a... I remember if you go to the, if you go to the Lich and talk to him, the Lich mentor, he's like, okay, give me my wand. And it's a good thing to give him back to him, but then it's an evil thing to give him the wand. But then if you want to still be good, you can go, no, I don't want to become a Lich. Okay, fine. Whatever. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Yeah, there's so much! There's so many things! There's so many options to do! You can go for a whole variety of characters. You can go for a whole variety of builds. You can go for a whole variety of party compositions. Because you've got a good healer, you got an evil healer. You can make the good healer into an evil healer. Probably can't do the other way around for the evil healer, but you know what I mean.
Head on!
Okay, let's just go over here and make sure everyone is nice and topped off real quick. Can you heal me? Thanks. Alright, now... You know what? I'm gonna not talk to Naticula today. Because I don't know how long that's gonna take. So instead I'm just gonna go in here, talk to these folks about their lives. How you doing, Woljif? What are you thinking of your powers? Oh, what do you think of my new powers? No. Any other suggestions? Oh, King Razmir, yeah. Asshole. Do you want to talk to me about what happened at Igphilis's mansion? Obviously not. Perhaps I should thank you for your help. You assisted me in dealing with all of Yaz's schemes, even though you didn't need to do so. I'm grateful for that. Your relationship is... your reputation has been restored. How do you feel? There's a spark of amusement in the dwarf's eyes. Don't panic. This will make people think twice before attempting to ruin my good name. But I'm grateful my companions didn't leave me to deal with this by myself, even though they had every right to do so. So while I'm used to working alone, I appreciate a team I can trust. It's good to have someone who's got my back. Fuck universal law, it's time for my law.
I am the law.
Who cares about reputation anyway? People are always wagging their tongues. It might not matter as much to you as it does to me, but a vagabond like myself can only rely on 3 things in life. His good name, his sharp blade, and his sturdy boots. So what do you think of your membership in the Assassin's Guild? Greybor hugs a smug smile beneath his beard. I think this position rightfully belongs to me. This guild is not as infamous as the Red Mantis, the legendary fanatic assassins who perceive their victims as offerings to their god Achikek, or the silent monks of the Vellexia who guard some kind of secret knowledge and murder anyone who dares to touch it. But its name still means something to the discerning client. Illusionera is a crossroads between several different planes, and Yaz's assassins work not only in the Abyss and on Galarian, but also in many other interesting planes. Oh man, so you get a hit squad coming for you? No, they'd totally send a hit squad out for you. They would 100% send a hit squad out after you if you as an Aeon started doing non-Aeon stuff. Like, that is a big deal. Also, yeah, you got the Red Mantis monks and the Vellexia monks, or the Red Mantis assassins. They're kind of terrible, actually. The fact that I was accepted into this society is undeniable proof of my professionalism. I'm grateful that you did not insist on the exclusivity of our contract, but allowed me to reap the benefits of my hard work. So we killed Willodus for no reason? The dwarf smirks cynically. Well, it depends on how you look at it. Was he to blame for the damage to my reputation? No. Was he an utterly disgusting creature whose face practically begged me to sink an axe into it? Did he try to kill us in his own manner? Were the creatures we encountered in said manner the most atrocious and perverted things I've ever met? The answer to all these questions is yes. I don't think anyone is going to cry themselves to sleep over his death, and neither should we. Can you explain the kind of mess we're involved ourselves in? Greybor pauses for a moment, then slowly begins to explain. An anonymous client ordered Yaz, the head of the Assassin's Guild of Illusionera, to kill Willodus. He tried to take the target down several times, but Willodus turned out to be quite a tough nut to crack. Then Yaz gave me a new anonymous assignment. Kill Darazend and not tell him Willodus sent his best, and tell him that Willodus sent his best regards. However, Yaz gave me a weapon that can only wound Darazend, not kill him. He hoped it would provoke Darazend and to make him angry enough to go kill Willodus himself. Of course, you killed Darazend before you even had a chance to do anything else. When Yaz found out that we were both in the Abyss, then that I'd be eager to talk to Willodus, he started to give me hints as to where to find this fellow. We lived up to his expectations. Willodus died, and I'm sure you remember what happened next as well I do. Everything is clear. I'm glad I made this contract with you. We can stop here. Thanks, Greybor. You're a cool guy. Kinda weird guy. I don't trust you, but you're cool. Alright, Camellia, how you doing? You know, I never thanked you for accompanying me to the brothel. There is a hint of a smile on Camellia's lips. So thank you, my friend. This was an intriguing and unexpected experience. I have to admit, I'm surprised by who the slave turned into. Oh, it was much more surprised. I was almost rendered speechless when I saw father in Illusionera's main brothel. Camellia looks down, especially considering what I was about to do to him. I was just standing in front of him with one question. How? How is this possible? The girl licks her lips quickly. When I realized that father was an illusion created by Morea's secret desires. I have to admit, my hand faltered. Does Morea really want my father's blood? If I want to heal the lands of Sarkoris, do I really have to sacrifice... Camellia's voice breaks and she just mouths the last words. My own father? I hope you and Morea got what you wanted. Oh, you have no idea how much I enjoyed driving the stiletto to the hilt into the chest of that... Horgus. When his hot blood gushed on my fingers, when his eyes glazed over, when his hands grabbed my shoulders in a futile attempt to push me away. You know what I was thinking? I was thinking that you were watching me, that your eyes were following my every move. I wanted to do everything quickly so that I could show you the spectacle's sweet climax. And at the same time, I wanted to make it last longer, make it never, ever end. The girl's body shudders. I'm glad you shared this sweet moment with me, my friend. Thank you. Shall we repeat our outing? Thank you for the invitation, but no. I find I quite lost the desire to visit local brothels. Besides, we've been there already, and the entertainment on offer is only fun until it's not. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Are you talking about the slave Herax? Still trying to understand what all this means. I'm asking myself if I really want to sacrifice my father. Does Morea really need his blood? And I do not know the answer. I'm not even sure I want to know it, but I can't stop asking myself the question. Camellia sighs. So no, I don't want to discuss what happened in the brothel, at least for now. Alright, bye. Anyone else here to talk to? Not really. Alright, so 5:33. You know what? You know what? Let's go talk to Naticula. Everyone's rested up. Everyone's more or less kitted up. Let's go chat with Queen Succubus. You two go away. You two get back in. All right. Let's go see what Naticula's up to, and then I'll call it there, I think. Let's just have a look-see at how long this scene is. If it turns out to be a long one, I'll probably just not finish it and then come back next time and try it. But we shall see, we shall see. Because I have been going for 5.5 hours. I think that's plenty long. I am almost done with this book. Okay, before I forget, just make sure.
I'll take care of it. Shall we move?
We shall.
Skills are
No
absolute.
one stands in my way.
Especially when I'm around.
There we are. Everyone has their stuff going. Now I need to get there. Let's go. I see there's a building down there which seems to actually exist. I wonder if it's that or if it's a different zone that I just haven't seen before. It may be a zone I just haven't seen before. Before I forget, just in case I need to. You never know when you're going to need a spell. Weird. Am I not supposed to be here yet? I guess I'm not supposed to be here yet? I may have... Weird.
Do it my way.
Huh. Alright, well... Okay, so I have to finish off the last quest then. So I actually do have to finish these ones. Well, I guess I'll finish those off next time. Luckily, I had to save back in the Nexus, so I don't have to worry about that. Hey, look at that. Problem solved. Hey. Alright, so anyway, that is where I think I'm going to leave that. Next time, on Wednesday, we will finally go talk to Noticula. Alright, so let me just do this thing here. Yeah, anyway, before you disappear, let me see, is anyone else streaming I can raid? Give me that. I'm the only person doing this. How about Kingmaker? Anyone streaming Kingmaker? Yes, quite a few people stream Kingmaker. Yes, as always, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for checking out the game with me. I'll be back with this on Wednesday at around the same time. We'll finally go deal with Noticula. See if maybe, I don't actually know how much is left of the book beyond that point. I imagine there's probably something past there, but we'll see. Yes, thanks for everyone for stopping by. Let's see. Tomorrow is Monday, which means I'm going to be playing a whole bunch of demos, random games, things that caught my eye. And yeah, next week I will not be streaming on Sunday, or if I do, it'll be quite late because it's 4th of July weekend and I will be out of town. But I may do something late in the evening. We shall see. We'll see how Wednesday goes and what I wind up doing there. Anyway, I'm just going to send this raid over to Safarian, who is doing Kingmaker. No spoilers, so don't spoil him on anything. And say hi to him. Anyway, again, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for checking out the game with me. And see you next time.